times introducing a few of our speakers. And to start today, it's my pleasure to introduce one of our conference sponsors. So please welcome to the stage Courtney Bowman, Palantir's Global Director of Privacy and Civil Liberties Engineering.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to TrueCon 23. As the Global Director of Privacy and Civil Liberties Engineering at Palantir Technologies, it's an honor to address this distinguished gathering and to announce that in joining Truman's Corporate Council, we look forward to an active engagement with the thought leaders here today. Having several members of the Truman community at our company, we know how special this organization and the people who comprise it are. Now, turning briefly to a topic that I think is on many of our minds, the explosion of interest in artificial intelligence's latest frontier of development, generative AI and large language models in particular, has rightfully heralded commensurate concerns about the ethical implications of technologies with massive disruptive potential. Fears range from the doomsday extremes of superintelligent threats to humanity to the more mundane and frankly more plausible risks of hyperscaled capacity to generate and promulgate misinformation in the form of deepfakes, false news reports, and hallucinatory texts. To date, there have been an abundance of efforts to address the ethical implications of these socio-technical challenges. However, many such conversations have become mired in speculative fixations that arguably bear little or no resemblance to the most realistic and consequential challenges that will continue to emerge as these novel technologies are deployed in real-world settings. Delving into these issues will require more focused discourse on the operational challenges of AI and an applied ethics for those challenges. It's in this vein that I'm pleased to share that as part of our work on AI ethics and national security, and through our corporate council membership with Truman, Palantir will host a series of upcoming events exclusively for Truman members. These convenings are designed to address a discrete set of focused AI policy and ethics questions related to some of the most consequential fields of application of these technologies, namely defense and national security. Beginning with a launch event planned for later this summer and followed by a running series of working group meetings, these events will help inform our concrete findings and recommendations to help provide practicable guidance and for policymakers navigating these challenging areas of developing public policy. We are grateful to Truman for providing this platform and are eager to work with a rich community of experts in this room. My colleagues and I at Palantir are deeply invested in ensuring that the technologies and software platforms we provide our clients in both public and private sectors reflect the values orientation of our company and our ongoing commitment to support the institutions that ensure the stability and enduring vitality of liberal democracies and open societies. While technologies evolve and the policies that frame their use change with them, this orienting consideration should remain a guiding light for technologists, policymakers, and society at large. In contemplating and planning for the emerging opportunities and the risks of increasingly powerful AI technologies and their use. There's a question we reinforce to all employees on their first day of joining Palantir. Are we building products that contribute to a world that we want to live in? Palantir and I are here today because Truman and all of you are helping to engineer and build the world that we want to live in. And for that, we are grateful. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to an amazing TrueCon.
Please welcome the President and CEO of the Truman Center for National Policy, Jenna Ben-Yehuda. CEO of the Truman Center for National Policy, Jenna Ben-Yehuda.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Are we awake? I said good morning. Good morning and welcome to TrueCon 2023. We are so glad you're here. At Truman, our mission is to unite and equip a diverse community of American leaders to produce timely, innovative, and principled solutions to complex national security challenges. We come from different backgrounds, we look different, we have different histories, but we share the same principles and the same values. We achieve impact by advancing 4 strategic priorities. We identify, recruit, and retain best-in-class national security leaders of today and tomorrow who reflect the diversity of America. Those are our Truman members, and they're all around you and will be on this stage throughout the day. They are incredibly talented leaders who advance our work in every corner of this nation. We modernize national security institutions because we know that solving 21st century problems takes more than accepting the rigidities of 20th century institutions. And we promote principled American global engagement that leads with diplomacy and partnership, that centers human rights and a respect for human dignity, and which is reinforced by all instruments of American power. And we seek to fortify domestic foundations of America's global strength, because we know that America's ability to advance our interests globally is directly tied to the strength of our democracy at home, and we have a lot of work to do. Our time here today is a reflection of these priorities. This morning, we're featuring panel discussions about 3 aspects of national security that we think a lot about: why diversity in our national security institutions is essential, how America can be a technological leader and an economic powerhouse amidst rapid innovation and a contested global order, and how political polarization at home is ravaging our nation and our global standing. Then this afternoon, we're thrilled to feature 3 fantastic leaders and unique voices. Our keynote speaker, Rachel Maddow, the most recent recipient of our award for exceptional moral courage in public service, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, and this year's honoree, Congressman Jamie Raskin. What knits together much of the content you'll see today is how Truman defines national security. In short, broadly, so many of the challenges and opportunities we face today are part of America's national security, from climate change to how cities engage with the world, to building a more humane and secure immigration system. You'll hear about many of those issues and more from our speakers here today. We are thrilled to feature our members of the Truman National Security Project throughout the day today, especially in our discussion of political polarization in the United States. Our members are leaders in their fields and at the core of everything we do. And if all of this has you wondering what it takes to become a Truman member, you can get on the list now to be notified when our applications for the class of 2024 open in July. You can also ask anyone at the registration desk to be connected to our membership team. We'd love to share more information on the process and notify you when the application is live. In fact, if you pull out your phones now, there should be a QR code popping up, and it's also at your tables. You can be added to our membership mailing list and be the first to know about upcoming events. Lastly, some thanks. I'd like to thank all of our 23 sponsors who've made this convening possible. If you like what you see here today, we invite you to support the Truman Center for National Policy. Tax deductible always helps. trumancenter.org/donate TrueCon23. Or you can scan the QR code on the screen and the center of your table. We really appreciate your support of principled national security policy on a range of topics that advance democracy, human rights, prosperity, and security at home and abroad. I'd also like to thank the members of our terrific inaugural Truman Member Steering Committee, who were great partners in building the agenda and more. to the phenomenal staff team at Truman here who have really outdone themselves. They have built an incredible conference for all of you. And if you see someone with a staff badge around the halls here, please stop and thank them and maybe ensure they're staying hydrated. Folks, we've got a great show for you here today. Please engage, ask questions, allow your beliefs to be tested and your minds expanded. Meet some new people and engage online using the hashtag TrueCon23. Welcome to TrueCon. Let's go.
Ahmed.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We're here today to talk about diversity in national security. So I would be remiss if I didn't begin by saying Happy Pride. Hello. This is a hugely important conversation, as I know you all know. And before I introduce our amazing panel, I want to set the stakes of what we're talking about and why we're talking about it now. President Joe Biden entered office recognizing that national security institutions were extremely demoralized and had long-standing issues with diversity. He issued a memo on revitalizing the national security workforce. He's mentioned diversity in the national security strategy. President Biden says it's time for the State Department to stop being pale, male, and Yale. He says DOD desegregated 75 years ago. Let's talk about extremism in the ranks. However, there's been some discontent, there's been pushback. In my own reporting I had, one political appointee, for instance, tell me, quote, "We were simply political props in this administration." So what does it mean to have a genuine conversation about diversity? And then let's think about this externally. America's role in the world depends on being a coherent, multiracial democracy. Right now, we're not seeing that voice. We look at questions of Ukraine aid. You saw today the news from Brazil, of Brazil pushing back yet again on Ukraine aid. How can America's diversity be used to advance its foreign policy priorities, explain why Washington is doing what it's doing, and have an actually effective strategy? So in our panel today, I'm hoping we can talk about what's the good work being done on diversity and national security and what needs to change. What does it mean to see historic firsts, like Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, the first Black SecDef, DNI Haynes, so many others in this administration, but what it means to go not just at that higher level, but at the levels below, to build the pipeline to have meaningful access. I have an amazing panel today. We've got Dr. Nola Haynes, a Truman National Security Project Fellow, a professor at Georgetown School of Foreign Service. We've got the Honorable Gil Cisneros, the Undersecretary of Personnel and Management at the Defense Department. And we've got Dr. Alyssa Ayres, the Dean of George Washington University's Elliott School of International Affairs. Thank you all for being here with me today, and thank you all for being here for this conversation. I hope you're hydrated and caffeinated and ready to ask a lot of questions. I definitely am. And I'll start with you, Undersecretary Cisneros, if we could, to get a bit of the administration perspective about the work you're doing at the Pentagon and beyond. We've seen a lot of conversations about the woke military. It raises the question of whether the military was asleep, but more importantly, what is this narrative and how are you in the Pentagon countering it, responding to it, and saying actually diversity is a strength for the fighting force?
Well, you know, so there are two things, right? So I serve as a Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel Readiness, as also the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for the Department of Defense. And, you know, there are a lot of people that are pushing that narrative. I refuse to use that word. But to me, I just ignore it. We push forward. Diversity at the Department of Defense, we see it as a strength. We know inclusion is important. We are integrating and making our forces more diverse. We see that it's something that's necessary. When it comes to, like you said, talked about the president's executive orders, right? We've taken it to different levels, and we've gone out and done more, I think, than has ever been done before from this department. Not only are we trying to put a focus on what we're doing with inside the department, but also how are we interacting with communities outside of our installations. I kind of refer to it as our good neighbor policy, right? Making sure that we are supporting women-owned and minority-owned businesses. The Secretary of Defense has been wonderful at putting an emphasis on making sure that we are, when he looks at the promotions for our general and admirals, they're not coming to him with just names. They're coming to him with a diverse slate of candidates. And he's done a good job of promoting those individuals. There's still a lot of work to be done. Don't get me wrong there. We still have a lot of things to do. We still need to do a better job at growing our bench, making sure that we are putting an emphasis in making sure that we're getting people in the right career fields so that can be part of that bench kind of moving forward and can eventually become those senior executives, whether they're in the civilian field or becoming more of those, our GOFOs, our general officers and flag officers. But diversity is a strength, and we will keep pursuing that avenue. It has done wonders in the business community, and we know it's going to do wonders for us as well.
And can I ask what barometers the administration is using to measure itself, right? So we've seen some criticism come out. There was a CNN report recently suggesting that fear of wokeism had forced the Pentagon to change its approach to combating extremism. There's been a Pentagon IG report saying the Congressional Commission on Diversity at the Pentagon just had only implemented 6 of its 18 recommendations. Where does the administration think it stands? I mean, do you think there's justified criticism? We've seen it even from folks in the Truman community. Christopher Goldsmith, who's on our next panel, said, quote, "The Pentagon's been completely ineffective on extremism, and it's no different from 2 years ago." So how do you respond to those criticisms, that scrutiny?
I read that CNN article, and when I first read it, I thought this is completely false, because it's not true. We are going out and we are combating extremism. We have put out a DOTI on combating extremism that talks about extremist groups as well as gang activities. We've changed the forms that we use. We're working closer with law enforcement to ensure that when somebody comes in, what tattoos do they have that may be forms of gang or extremist groups. So we are doing more, and again, there's still more to be done that needs to be done, and we're doing that. Our intelligence and security component, our INS, is working hard to make sure that they're updating things, but that article kind of gave the impression that we were just sitting on hands, that we're not doing anything, and nothing can be further from the truth. We have an extremist group task force that just met recently, and they're going to continue to meet.
Thank you, and I'd love to get into that a bit more in our discussion. But I'll move on with the pointed questions to you, Dr. Haynes, who was flown in from sunny California, where everyone, as you can tell, dresses so much better than all of us here. So she's here to shame us and educate us. Dr. Haynes, what I love about your perspective as a national security practitioner is that you're beyond the Beltway, right? And I know Truman has a big focus on talking about how that's a big contribution. So can you talk about how you bring that into your work, and also just how DC narratives hit different in other places, right? I'm thinking about China being a huge trading partner for California. How does DC's hawkishness translate there? Or if you're talking to communities that have been historically underserved, let's talk about people of color in this country, and you're saying we're sending billions in aid abroad. How do you explain that? How do you, connect that way?
I'm going to start with the first of those 4 questions. And so, yes, California is a very interesting space because we have a lot of national security structure there. We have the academic institutions, we have labs, we have think tanks, we have an infrastructure. And unfortunately, a lot of people, especially from communities of color, and this is something I care a great deal about, are not plugged into that structure. And that's something that I'm a huge advocate of, because I think there's so many exciting careers inside of national security and foreign policy, and people just don't know about them. So that's one part of it. And one of the things that's really important from a West Coast perspective is obviously climate security. And not just climate security in the way that California is innovating in clean energy tech, quantum AI. But in terms of foreign policy, when you think about the smaller Pacific Island states, who are really suffering from climate insecurities. And then we also think about the relationship with China. And then we also think about the relationship with Taiwan. So we have a whole security system that is on the Pacific coast that sometimes we feel like we're not being heard as much because we're not in the Beltway. And like I said, you know, there are communities like Pacific Council, there's RAND, nothing compared to all the think tanks here in DC, but we are doing very important work. And from my perspective, as an academic who works on traditional and emerging threats, one of the things that's really important to me is, say for instance with China, while we are definitely in a tense situation with China, one thing that's important to me is a lot of my colleagues who may be of Chinese descent, I want to make sure that they feel safe too, that they aren't being seen in a negative light, which tends to happen historically when we think about what happened after 9/11, when we think about what happened with all the Arab and Muslim communities. And in our country, unfortunately, we have that kind of branding people because of their identities. So it's a very complicated nexus of security. We have human security, we have climate security, we have foreign policy. So it's this beautiful kind of nexus of security concerns that I bring with me from beautiful sunny California.
Dean Ayers, I'll ask you from the academic perspective, how you think scholars and scholar practitioners, I know you've previously served in the State Department, are adapting to have a more diverse, more inclusive conversation, and kind of what you're hearing from your students. I know, the Undersecretary is a GW alum as well. What you're hearing, what they want, where they want to go, and if you have specifics, that would be great. Whether it's on curricula, subnational diplomacy, any of that Elliot is working on.
Thank you. Well, we had spoken earlier, and I made sure to bring some specific examples because I wanted to do full justice to the question. First, I'm thrilled to be here and be part of this panel, and to bring a kind of perspective of how we think about educating our rising leaders who will go out and be employed in many different components of the international affairs space. I do want to echo what Jenna Ben-Yehuda led with in her opening remarks, that we at the Elliott School see the question of national security in the same way as the Truman Center. We are a school of international affairs. We have 6 disciplines represented among our faculty and then some. So we're not specifically and only focused on international relations. We also have comparative politics, we have history, we have economics, we have geography, we have anthropology, we have public policy. So this is a pretty broad look at what it means to do the practice of international affairs. There's kind of 3 ways of thinking about curriculum and what you can bring to questions of curriculum and diversity. And we certainly think diversity is an important component of this. At the level of our faculty develop their individual syllabi. And I can say certainly our faculty have been seized with the question of responding to the great changes that are taking place in the world and making sure that the individual courses they're offering are creating different opportunities for perspectives and viewpoints for our students in the classes. So just to give you a few examples, our faculty are bringing in new and diverse readings and guest speakers in courses focused on the Middle East. Of course, with the pandemic and the routinization of virtual engagement, it's really much easier to bring in a guest speaker for your class, provided that you get the time zone aligned. It was a lot harder 15 years ago when you would have had to bring somebody in. We've got faculty who are intentionally adding voices and perspectives from minorities in China for courses that are focused on East Asia. Faculty who are including work on disability rights in what they're teaching. Faculty who have courses on democratic erosion, including a section on race and democracy. Questions of the ethics of foreign assistance, and including in that course consideration of race and gender and geopolitical hierarchies. Or scholars who are working on nationalisms, who include a focus on nationalism and race. I could go on and on, but I think that gives you a sense of disciplinary diversity in the way that many of our faculty are saying, hey, we need a broadening of perspectives to equip our students to be great practitioners in the world that they're graduating into. I also wanted to note that when we think about curriculum at the level of a program, at the level of a degree, we're always thinking about what goes into the component courses that go into a degree program. Every 5 years or so, we take a look and revise what we're doing. Last year, I asked a group of our wonderful faculty from across 10 different disciplines to convene as a special committee on the curriculum and develop some thoughts on what we would include if we were developing an international affairs curriculum, not building on what we already had, but kind of blue sky thinking for the 21st century. And they put together a really thoughtful report. I won't go into all the details, but 3 of the important elements of their findings were that the world today is marked by having to think really closely about the question of being US focused versus internationally focused, having to think about diversity in all of its facets, and having to think about the interconnections around the world, and thinking about the ways that we have those principles percolate out throughout our different degree programs. So that's kind of high level. The third thing I wanted to just make sure to raise, and we could come back to this in more detail, is that there really is a great democratization taking place when we think about foreign policy in the world. Foreign policy is not the purview of, the striped pants set or whatever, right? Some perspective of a very narrow group. It actually affects all of us. And I think that became very, very clear in a kind of everyday newspaper, coffee table, breakfast way with the pandemic, because we saw how something that happens in one place affects the entire world very rapidly. We saw the knock-on effects with supply chain, economic security. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we saw the use of economic sanctions as an important leading-edge tool in foreign policy, and what that does for things around, for our economic security. So with those examples, we see now how states, counties, cities have important stakes in foreign policy and national security. And we are now thinking we're actively brainstorming as a school about how we can be responsive to that question. And be happy to go into more detail, but one of the things we're thinking about is how we can develop a credential, not a full degree program, but maybe something that gives people who are becoming international affairs practitioners access to some training that speaks to what they're doing at the state or county or city level, because this is where we're seeing a great expansion of international affairs engagement. So there's a few examples, but happy to go into more.
Well, I love that because I think it links to something coming up from all of you, which is there's clearly a perception and a reality, right, of exclusion from this national security and foreign policy conversation. And I wondered if as a group we could talk a bit about what the barriers to entry that remain are to having that truly inclusive space. So whether it's talking about elevating the subnational level, talking about engaging with communities around military installations so that they feel a buy-in, right? Like, what does it mean to have this giant American base, and what are these people going to do abroad? Talking about just places outside the Beltway and communities that have not been thinking about this. How are you all thinking about, 3 to 5 years, what are the top things you think need to be addressed to have that more genuine, diverse conversation? In our prep talks, some interesting stuff came up around just basic things, right? Things that are not highfalutin, that are not in textbooks, but things that are as basic as, do you know anyone in Washington, D.C.? Do you have the money to travel here, right? When you come here, can you get a security clearance to get a job, right? What does that mean? I'm an immigrant. If you're someone with foreign contacts, with family abroad, with, a mold that's different. So how are you all thinking from your different vantage points? And I'll let any of you take this on. We can kind of build on it.
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
So during COVID, we had this opportunity to fellowship and meet with people that we would have never been able to in person, because you were able to congregate together from people from many different walks of life, many different agencies. And so I was part of a national security kind of collective with a lot of people of color. And one of the things that my friends in the in the intelligence community would constantly say is the barrier to entry around security clearances. And that is a very intense process. It can be a stressful, anxiety type of process. And one of the things that a lot of the males brought up was this idea that, what if you made a mistake when you were younger? and that mistake follows you. And depending on which agency you enter, there is a lie detector component to it. And that really stokes fear in people that they maybe don't pass it, not because they've done something nefarious. It's just this kind of relationship, this tension that exists. So the security clearance issue is a really big barrier to entry from people from certain communities of color. And I don't know what the answer is, but I will say it is a conversation that's being had, especially in the intelligence community. And you know, I've lived my life in a very particular way, and I got to tell you, that's a stressful process, you know. And so when people find out, depending on what you do in this space, that you have to go through that process, they may not be as attracted to do the work. So it's a very interesting relationship with the security part of it all. And so, like I said, I don't have any answers to it, but it's a conversation that's being had.
I will say at the Department of Defense, and this is, again, I think we got to do better, right? We got to do a better job at educating people what opportunities, you know, the Department of Defense, the U.S. military can provide. I was 18 years old. I joined the United States Navy because I knew I wanted to do something. I just wasn't really sure what. And the opportunity that it gave me really changed my life. You know, I have 3 degrees, all because of my military service. It really created an opportunity to go out there and to do something different. And we got to do a better job at telling that type of story. We have a lot of individuals out there who have joined the military and really have prospered like I did. And it prevented them, or I mean, not prevented them, but it gave them an opportunity to go into this national security space where they could do things and really kind of improve their lives. And we got to do a better job at communicating that message into communities of color, underserved communities, because you know, a lot of them think, when I talk to young kids and I talk to a young man who's you know, the son of a good friend of mine, well, hey, you know, did you ever think about joining the military? And he's, you know, I don't want to get hurt. You know, everybody thinks you join and we're going to hand you an M16 and that's going to be, you know, what we're going to have you do. But there are so many things that you can do within the military around intelligence, you know, cybersecurity and space and, you know, languages and all these fields that are so important to the mission that we have. And we need diverse people in these fields, like our Undersecretary Ron Moultrie, he's Undersecretary of INS, Intelligence and Security. You know, he wants those bilingual individuals because, you know, his thing is, we already know 2, we can teach you another one. It makes it a lot easier because you already understand languages. So we've got to do a better job, and we're working on that to communicate the messages of what benefits the military can give, to give people in, to bring them in through the military into national security.
Higher ed perspective? Certainly, I think it would be not news to anyone here that one of the big barriers to access in higher ed is tuition. For our undergraduates, the George Washington University has made a very significant commitment. We are on a pathway to be able to full need to all Pell eligible students, I believe by 2027, so we're phasing that in, but it's a very significant financial commitment from the university. We are actively raising funds to provide endowed scholarships for our undergraduates. We are always raising funds to provide additional fellowship support for our graduate students so we can help make that amazing education available to more people. That certainly is a high priority. Another area that is always a challenge and one that's really important for us, and we do focus a lot on this, is helping students have access to the networks that will shape their opportunities. So we pride ourselves in the fact that we help our students land great internships, undergraduates as well as graduate students. Those internships can be the pathway to a job opportunity. They can also, importantly, be the pathway to identifying something that somebody doesn't want to do, so they can find that next direction. But we care a lot about that. we began raising funds about a year ago for an Elliott Equity Fund to be supportive of opportunities for students. So not only on a tuition basis, but on a non-tuition basis. If there are internships that aren't unpaid, can we help fill the gap so somebody doesn't be put in a position of having to forego an important career-shaping opportunity because of need? So those are a few examples, but certainly we care a lot about access to the education. We'll continue to keep working on that and to providing those pathways for the networking opportunities that will be so important for all of our students.
Thank you. So we've talked a bit about getting into that national security space, and I wondered if we could shift then to questions of retention. Like, where along the pipeline are people, especially people from historically marginalized groups, dropping out, just saying, you know, I am a square peg in a round hole. This institution was not built for me or people who look like me. And where can we be doing a better job? You know, in my own reporting, I found that at the State Department, for instance, there's still huge issues with reporting mistreatment, harassment. A recent survey at the State Department found that 44% of State Department employees had experienced discrimination, harassment, and bullying, and most of them had not reported it because they felt nothing's going to happen. So I wonder how you're thinking about retention, and in your own experiences where you've seen people say, you know what, I'm trying, I've been given the opportunities, I know I come from a historically marginalized place, I have a different perspective, but it's just too much. You know, 10 years, 15 years in, I don't see a future for myself, promotions are going to be hard. How are you thinking about keeping people in the space and elevating them?
You know, I'll say right now, retention in the United States military is at an all-time high. You know, I think once we get people in there, they know the job that they're doing, what the mission's all about. They want to stay. You know, we are working hard to ensure that we are taking care of our people. That is something that Secretary Austin has put a tremendous focus on. And we are working to ensure that we're not only taking care of our service members, but their families as well. And we'll continue to do that because we know it's important, right? There is a saying in the military is, you know, you recruit the individual, but you retain the family. And so that's something that we will, again, we're going to continue to work on that and focus on that. You know, around our civilian employees that we have, you know, I think it is about kind of bringing in, we want talent at the Department of Defense. I want people to think of us as an employer of choice. And I know going to USA Jobs and applying for some of those jobs can be tedious and it can take a long time, and we're working with OPM to kind of see how we can streamline that process and make it better and get the security check, you know, done a little bit faster than it's been done in the past. But you know, we want to bring in, right, and we want to give you people opportunity, and I think that's what it's really about, is giving you an opportunity to get in there and succeed and show us what you can do. You know, and I think when that happens, and we've had a number of individuals that do that have gone on to move to other things and take higher positions that have been people of color, that have been women. And so we want to bring new people in to do that and continue to do that. And I think that's something that I take very seriously, and I know the other people that I work with at the department is how can we nurture those under us and kind of raise them up so that they can go on and do other things.
I would like to jump in here. Yeah. This is a very important question because we get to talk about that word that's becoming, that term that's becoming a little dirty, DEIA. Ooh. And ooh, big scary term. But what's important to remember in higher education also, and then also in a lot of the different agencies, the diversity part, the recruitment part is only one part of it. The representation part is one part of it. What does the inclusivity part look like? What does the equity part look like? Is that culture open to change? And that's what we're talking about here, right? So talking to a lot of thank you. Talking to a lot of colleagues from higher education to state, defense, whatever, I see this has been the constant theme. It's about culture. It's and I think that some of the policies that say we're diversity, Some people who've already traditionally been in these spaces feel like it's being forced upon them. And I think that's something to keep in mind and to consider. And then other folks who look like me, who are in some of these spaces and positions, we feel like we're the show pony, right? And so what do you do to try and bridge that gap? How do you do that? And that's where the answer lies. It's somewhere in the middle of the representation and the traditional cultures, and what do we do to bridge that? And I'm a big believer in inclusivity. I think that once we understand that a lot of this works better if we're all engaged in the National Security Project, if all of the agencies, all of the higher ed institutions actually looked like the country, looked like the rest of the world, I think that we are in a far stronger position, right? So I really do believe in DEIA, and not just because it's about quotas or anything like that. No, it's important because it's going to take all of us to get the job done. It's going to take all of us to make sure that we maintain this democracy that really is on the brink. And so all of these different things matter. And inclusivity, I cannot say it enough, and equity is how we get there.
And to your point, I'll just quote from the National Security Strategy where they say, quote, "We are prioritizing DEIA," they use, the scary term, "to ensure national security institutions reflect the American public that they represent." And I loved your point about the resistance to change and how we call that what it is and acknowledge that it exists, because these moments have existed before, right? There have been efforts at greater diversity in the national security establishment dating back to the 50s. It was a Cold War imperative, then it was a Kennedy imperative, et cetera, et cetera. We've seen this happen, and then we've seen people inside the bureaucracy say, no, wait, stop. And often these are people with positions of power. So I'm wondering if we can talk about why this moment is different and maybe connect that all to just everyone's personal experiences in this national security space. Like, we are sitting here on a stage where we are not Bale, Male, and Yale. Sorry. How have you all navigated this space? And do you think this is a really different moment for diversity and national security than the conversations we've had before that clearly did not fully deliver?
I can go first on this one. At the Department of Defense, I think we've known that DEIA is very important, and it's something that needs to be integrated into the National Defense Strategy, and it is. We are trying to change the culture there and working around it. And the thing that we're doing, right, is that when we started our 2040 task force, we've made DEIA not just a personnel readiness problem, but it is I shouldn't say a problem, but we've made DEIA a Department of Defense issue. That's something that the whole entire department needs to play a role in changing the culture and ensuring that we are providing that diversity and that equity and inclusion to all the personnel that are there to create that opportunity the guy like myself had. And really that is the change that we have gone and what we've done differently and what we've been able to do. And I think President Biden has gone and supported it, and with his executive orders. And this is something that I will say too, it didn't just start with President Biden. The last administration, Secretary Esper actually did a study and started moving towards doing some of these DEIA initiatives because he knew how important it was. They saw the research and shown how important it was and how diverse teams drive better results. There is a Marine Corps study that the Marine Corps did that said when teams are integrated with at least one woman, that they perform better than, and if it's just all male. And so this is why we've seen it and why we've kind of taken this initiative to say, like, okay, we're not doing diversity for diversity's sake. We're not doing inclusion for inclusion's sake. It's got to be an integral part of our strategy, and it's going to make us better. And we know diverse teams are better teams. And that's what's driving us, going towards the future.
And I love that you mentioned this is a bipartisan priority. This has been, historically, it has not just been a Democratic-led issue. But Dinaz, I'll bring you in.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in on that, and just to say first, I want to give great credit to my predecessor at the Elliott School, Ambassador Ruben Brigady, who came into the role in 2015 and really established what I think is a wonderful and leading edge program focused on the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion for the way we think about an international affairs education. We have an assistant dean position, an assistant dean for student services, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think she is here today, Dr. Lakeisha Harrison. There she is, thank you. Please feel free to introduce yourselves to Dr. Harrison if you have a chance. But this illustrates the priority that we place on the DEI mission for a higher education institution. I'd also say that what is as important at the same time, as our country becomes more and more diverse, the world and the world is becoming more multipolar. So we need to prepare our students for a world in which they have to know a lot about a lot of things to be fluent in an international affairs career and in an international affairs practitioner arena.
And I wonder if we can, on that point about just the world changing, American influence shifting, right, and America's approach vis-a-vis other nations just needing to be maybe a little less dominant or a little more inclusive, cooperative. How you see a more diverse national security establishment for the U.S. empowering the U.S. as an actor on the world stage, right? What does it mean when you go talk to India and Brazil and try to get them to support Ukraine, right? Or when you're talking about migration in Europe in a way that's, yes, control the issue, but also humane and actually standing by these ideals. How are you all seeing that, or have you seen that, in dealing with foreign interlocutors, in the policy-making conversation? Where does that kind of resonate and impact all of it?
One of my mentors, Undersecretary Bonnie Jenkins at Department of State, when she goes out into the world and she's representing the United States, and when she's talking about very important issues around arms control, treaties, things that keep us safe and our allies and partner countries safe, it's America keeping its promise. It's America saying, we're not just saying that diversity is is a strength. We're showing up, and we actually mean it. So that's just one example. But where we are now, having to regain our international credit, so to speak, diversity factors, because our allies and our enemies are watching, right? So they're seeing what happens after George Floyd. They're seeing what's happening with the mass shootings. They're seeing what's happening with our extreme political polarization, right? And they're seeing, I talked to a few international friends recently, and there's a really crass joke about, oh, you haven't gotten shot yet as a black person. And you have to stop and think, this is the perception. This is an international perception of America. And what we have to do better is to make sure that we are standing behind DEIA, right? Because you cannot show up to these spaces at the negotiating table, male, stale, and pale. I went to Harvard, so I just want to go ahead and put that out there. I didn't go to Yale. But that matters, right? It matters who shows up to the negotiating table. And in my line of work, I see the change. I wouldn't be in the room, if it weren't for this administration standing behind DEIA in a very real way. And we have to continue that. We have to continue the commitment to DEIA.
Tina, as in your experience, just previously at the State Department, I wonder if this came up at all with dealing with your interlocutors and their curiosity, or how you were able to explain America as a force that maybe wasn't like what they expected.
I had the privilege of, I haven't touched it, didn't do anything. I had the privilege of serving in the State Department as a Council on Foreign Relations Fellow in 2007 and 2008. So I was a nonpartisan fellow under the leadership of Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. Mm-hmm. And then I returned to the State Department to serve in the Bureau of South and Central Asian Affairs under the leadership of Secretary Hillary Clinton. So for me, the State Department was a place that had strong women as leaders setting our foreign policy direction and speaking to the world about who we were as Americans, with a very strong emphasis on gender equality. I will also say, when you sent us this question in advance, I wanted to be sure to say that I have really benefited in my career from wonderful mentors who were men, who invested in helping me advance to different stages in my career and saw something in me and encouraged me to go for opportunities, maybe even if I thought at the time I wasn't ready. So I did want to say that, because we've had State Department leadership that has presented a diverse view of the United States on the world stage and brought that to newspapers and television screens and phones all around the world. And I think that's been very beneficial for us as a country.
And I love that point. I think that's something that gets missed. It's often, the people who are maybe traditionally in the positions of power, but are also aware that, as you were saying, Undersecretary Cisneros, this makes better policy, right? Like, I want to bring in a different, more diverse group. I know we are wrapping up in a little bit just for Q&A. I wanted to highlight a couple of things for the Q&A and invite you all if there's anything you wanted to say before we get into that. Just a few things of diversity in national security is actually measurable, right? We can actually look at what is happening and where people are in the hierarchy and where they're moving up. So I'd encourage folks who are interested in this. There's a great group called Inclusive America that does really good tracking on this. LC Wins is another one. And the administration has created these agency equity teams. So as we look at the US's future on this issue and potentially where this goes with another administration that's less friendly, it's important to see what progress has been made here. I'll give you all just a quick, if there's anything you wanted to just say before Q&A. Yeah.
I do have something, otherwise I maybe talked a little bit too much, but I didn't get to something that I do think is important, and that's developing strong pipeline programs. And we do care a lot about this at the Elliott School. Since 2018, we've been convening a public service weekend in collaboration with the Trachtenberg School of Public Policy and Public Administration at GW. This year, we're adding a third collaborator, GW Law, so the public service law component. We do that with PPIA, and it's designed to give people an introduction to what careers in public service, whether international affairs or more domestic public service, might look like. They can test drive that, do a policy memo, see what that might be like. We have some active partnerships. Our research institute focused on Asia has had an active partnership with Spelman College, again focused on Asia and thinking about and learning about Asia, history, politics, and culture. Our Institute for Middle East Studies has created a partnership with Howard University focused on the Middle East and North Africa. So we're always thinking about this. We're about to do, one of our faculty members has a terrific project underway called the Generations Dialogue. This is Professor Jennifer Brinkerhoff, who just co-authored a book in collaboration with Aaron Williams, the first Black director of the Peace Corps, and Taylor Jack, an international development leader. And the book is called The Young Black Leader's Guide to Careers in International Affairs, What the Giants Want You to Know. And so it's lessons and thoughts from giants who have succeeded in the field in a book form, so people can pick this up and learn from their past successes. So Professor Brinkerhoff has received a wonderful grant to convene students who might be interested in international affairs space to learn from the giants. And that's an example of a kind of pipeline program that helps give young people thinking about careers in international affairs a chance to learn about successes, tips that might be helpful to their own careers, and to ways of envisioning themselves in those roles down the line.
Those are amazing resources. Thank you for sharing those. Maybe I'll drop in and do a little State Department memo.
You are most welcome.
I'd like to invite our mic runners to kind of pass it out for Q&A if we have anyone. Yeah, I think we have a question.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Cindy Serrano Roberts, and this question is directed to Undersecretary Cisneros. So, sir, I had an opportunity while I was on active duty to work with SAFDI, and I was a part of the barrier analysis working groups, and so I led several efforts to combat barriers that stand in the way from airmen and their families from really becoming their full self. And so since retiring, I've had the opportunity to work with the United Nations, and last fall, the UN Human Rights Council held a session on CERD, or the Commission on the Eradication of Discrimination in the
Moderator for our next discussion, Wall Street Journal reporter Vivian Salama.
Good morning, everyone. It is so great to be with you all. And thanks to the Truman Center and everyone for having us for this very, very important discussion. We are going to be talking about chips. Sadly, not about potato chips, my favorite topic, but another topic I love, which is the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, which focuses on the creation of incentive to produce semiconductors in the United States, committing the nation not only to compete with China and others, but also enhancing industrial policy and talent, advancing national security goals, and enhancing manufacturing productivity and economic inclusion. And so, obviously a very, very important topic, a very timely topic, and here to unravel it all, this very distinguished panel with me, we have Jordan Blaszczak, who is the president and co-founder of America's Frontier Fund, where he oversees the vision, strategy, and investments of the organization. Great to see you. To my left, Morgan Dwyer, Chief Strategy Officer for CHIPS Program Office. She joined the CHIPS Program Office at the White House Office of Science and Technology, where she leads the National Security Division. And finally, Dr. Anne Marie Slaughter, the CEO of New America. Anne Marie is also the Bert G. Kerstetter, 66 University Professor Emerita of Politics and International Affairs. And I deleted it. At Princeton. That's what I thought. This is what happens when I try to rely on technology, folks, and this is why I need these very important people with me to explain why I cannot keep my notes in order. And of course, she has held senior roles at the State Department, including Director for Policy and Planning there, and she was the first woman to hold that position, which we love. So thank you all for being here. So let's just dive right in. Morgan, I'm going to start with you because U.S. efforts to accelerate American semiconductor technology and production obviously very much underway. And I want you to explain to us a little bit about how the CHIP Act intends to increase domestic chip production in the U.S., the timeline, the impact. Just give us a little bit of a layout.
Sure. So first of all, thanks for having us here. Really excited for the opportunity to talk about chips. So as I'm sure a lot of you know, President Biden signed the Chips and Science Act into law in August, and we have been moving full speed ahead at the Commerce Department ever since. So first thing you've got to do in implementing legislation is you've got to build a great team. We have spent a lot of time recruiting tremendous talent to help us get the job done. We're almost 100 people strong at the CHIPS Program Office. Within the first 6 months after the bill was passed, we released our first notice of funding opportunity. That notice of funding opportunity is for what we call chip manufacturing facilities, or fabs, fabrication facilities. These are the big manufacturing facilities that are going to produce chips. We began accepting applications for what we call leading edge fabrication facilities on March 31st. Those are applications for producers of the most advanced chips. We're going to begin accepting applications for what we call current and mature facilities starting on June 26th. And right now we're accepting what we call pre-applications for both leading edge and current and mature chip facilities. The pre-application process is an opportunity for applicants to submit sort of an abridged version of their application and get feedback from the CHIPS Program Office. We've really set up a unique, sort of a one-of-a-kind government operation that's really iterative with the private sector. And so the pre-application process provides an opportunity for us to review materials and provide feedback before folks move into full applications.
You know, like with all great things, there are challenges, obviously. There have been countless announcements over the past 18 months or so about companies investing in new chip factories or fabs. Intel's $20 billion factory in Ohio, TSMC said it would spend upward of $44 billion this last year, the last calendar year. Samsung is ramping up its own activities. These domestic factories should presumably help break the supply chain bottlenecks, but it takes time to build these factories. It takes time for these investments to really manifest themselves. And so Jordan and Anne Marie, what are some of the challenges before us, and how can the industry sort of circumvent those challenges to get America really leading in this industry?
Okay, great question. I think the CHIPS Act did something incredible, which was it galvanized the semiconductor companies across the United States to really accelerate plans to build new facilities, to double down on different kinds of R&D and technologies, and in a lot of ways to collaborate in ways they haven't always done before. It's really catalyzed this effort to build coalitions, to think about how we can build ecosystems around these companies and reshore a lot of the supply chain that we've offshored over the last 30 years. But there are also challenges there. So one major challenge is on the talent side. The semiconductor workforce in the United States is a majority over 40. So a lot of young people are not going into the semiconductor industry. There's an R&D challenge where it's very difficult to get R&D from the labs into fabrication. So it's just so costly to start a new chip startup today. You have to spend millions of dollars just to get a prototype. Very few investors want to underwrite that process. So there's a challenge on the R&D side.
Why is it such a challenge to underwrite? Why? I mean, it's a leading industry right now. Everyone's talking about it. So why is it such a challenge?
Two main reasons. One, in venture capital, you typically want to get a return after 3 to 5 years. If you're going to pour tens of millions of dollars into building a prototype and the timeline to actually see returns is longer than that 3 to 5 year time frame, no investor wants to go into that sector. So it's just very unlikely that a venture capitalist would underwrite that kind of risk. There's also very few customers. So once you build your chip startup, you're really selling to maybe like 5 to 10 customers, which means there's very little market for you. You're not going to be able to have pricing power against that small group of customers. And so it's just not a good market to sell into. And then the last challenge is all these big capital-intensive projects like these big fabs, they're going to take a couple years to build. And then once they start production, the world might look different. And so you're trying to predict into the future what the demand might be for your product at a time when the technology might shift. And so there's just a lot of challenge in terms of that sort of long-term industrial planning. And that's an issue sort of unique to the semiconductor industry.
How do you then become a leader? This is what it's about, right, Anne-Marie? Like, the U.S. is trying to become a leader in this industry. There's so many challenges right there. I mean, everything is changing. The technologies are changing weeks, months, out. How do you then, dominate?
So thanks. And first of all, I just have to say I'm thrilled to be back at TrueCon. I don't think I've been at this particular conference maybe for a decade, but I've been connected to Truman from the very beginning, and it's great to see all of you here, and it's also great to see you under such spectacular leadership. Jenna's just done a fabulous job, so I'm just delighted to be here. And I have to just start also by complimenting Morgan on how fast you've done that. I mean, you appropriate the money, but actually spending it and getting it moving through the bureaucracy so that companies can apply. I was just listening to you thinking, that's really fast. And it's important because obviously we've got to get the money out there. The other obstacle, another big obstacle, not the other, but another huge obstacle when we look at workforce is childcare, is the fact that we in the construction industry and certainly in this kind of a workforce, we're seeing problems across the board because people, particularly women, but not only by any means, do not have the ability to actually put their kids, afford childcare, right? Childcare for 2 kids is more than the cost of rent in all 50 states. Now think about that for a minute. And many of you are probably parents, and you know. And even if you have the money, then you can't find the facilities. So one of the things that Commerce has done is to say that for grants for over $150 million for some companies, you can correct me, you have to provide childcare facilities on site. This is also happening in Oregon in the construction industry for the same reason. They can't actually recruit enough construction workers. So one of the things we have to do if we are going to be a leader is actually the other side of the Biden infrastructure plan, right? We got CHIPS through, we got the infrastructure bill through, we got the IRA through. What didn't we get through? Build Back Better. We did not get any of the care side of infrastructure through. And I would argue if we really want to be a leader, not just in chips, but more broadly, we need a well-educated, cared for workforce where you can care for your children and your elders and the people who need it, and also work. And I would tie that, and this is also important for us as leaders, we should be leading with the most diverse advanced workforce in the world. That's a huge asset for us globally to see, not Rosie the Riveter back in 1943, but Rosie the Riveter today and Rosie the Riveter reflected with all the diversity of our population. So one of the big challenges really is we've got the money for what our manufacturing workforce looked like circa 1950, 1980. It's not what it looks like today, and we're not building the kind of infrastructure that enables us to educate and employ and retain that workforce.
So certainly an issue in so many industries. And you touched upon how extraordinary the funding came together, and the entire CHIPS Act came together, initially. Certainly the money that was appropriated was historic, and it was something that's been talked about, but we are now coming to the end of the debt ceiling drama, and there was a lot of talk about cuts to so-called non-defense discretionary funding, which includes scientific research for the 2024 fiscal year. And so, Morgan, I'll start with you, and I want to hear from everyone. How is that going to impact what we are talking about here today, trying to be a leader in this industry, trying to compete with our adversaries, particularly China, if the scientific element is somehow impacted?
Yeah, it's a great question. So what I would highlight for folks is that in the CHIPS Act appropriation, it's about $52 billion that's appropriated. About $39 billion of that goes to manufacturing incentives. That's the side of the CHIPS program that I work on. About $11 billion goes specifically to R&D to address those challenges that you're talking about, because it's not just about building manufacturing capabilities today. We also have to make sure that we're able to innovate in manufacturing. And so that is about making sure that we fund R&D in the United States and really create what we like to talk about on CHIPS as sort of these virtuous clusters and cycles of innovation and manufacturing, where the R&D and the manufacturing are working together to create the next generation of productivity and economic growth in the U.S. So it's critically important. We're thankful that on CHIPS we have a really significant part of the CHIPS Act that was dedicated exactly to that.
And so impacting funding to the end science part, do you feel that this somehow would counterbalance what they're trying to do?
I don't know if it'll have that big of an effect in the short term. I think that the biggest consequence of it is that it makes us seem unpredictable to friends and allies around the world. So one of the big things we need to do if we're going to be successful in the long term is work with allies so that we don't have to do everything domestically. We can use their supply chains, we can use their talent, their technology. But when they're not sure what's going to happen in the United States, it makes them reconsider the kind of relationships they want to have with us. So I think that's a big long-term challenge. How do we give predictability to an industry that thinks in 10, 20-year timeframes? So I think that's kind of first and foremost. I think the other is, Secretary Raimondo set out a goal of leveraging all the CHIPS Act money 10-to-1 with private capital. So how do you get the broader capital markets to invest into America, invest in the semiconductor industry? And again, I think the unpredictability about government funding makes the private sector a little bit less sure of where they want to put their investments. And so I think the real key for us long term is to make it seem and to make it true that investing in America is better than investing anywhere else, and that investing in the American semiconductor industry will produce the highest return on investment of anywhere in the world. And there are a lot of ways we can do that. I think the investments into talent are really important, into our infrastructure is really important, but also creating an environment where it's great for innovation, for investment, and long-term productivity to be investing here. And again, I think all of that is way more important than just the direct federal spending. And that's where I would say we should spend a lot of our time, is thinking about how we make America the best place to invest in the world.
And I'd just add that we're coming to the end of graduation season. Many of you have probably been at some university. I just watched my son graduate. We're almost off the family payroll, but we're getting there. But it's really striking. And when I was dean of the School of Public and International Affairs at Princeton, I used to participate in the hooding of our graduate students. And that meant I would watch all the engineering students cross the dais and get hooded. And that was even 15 years ago. In electrical engineering and computer science, the number of Asian students, East Asian students, South Asian students was very noticeable. I mean, really, that was the majority. So as we think about this science funding, again, if we're thinking about Truman, if we're thinking about the 40s, we're thinking about building up what became the military-industrial complex, but also that infusion of defense investment that then powered so much of what became consumer investment, you have to build that through our universities, and that does require stable funding, but it also requires stable visa policies, and visa policies that then enable people to stay, and it requires that we not investigate many of our Chinese students and create an environment in which our students feel, and students from around the world, from our allies, but also from the global south and from around the world, feel like America is a destination that is welcoming and that we will then integrate them. Doesn't mean, of course, we're not careful, but that's a really big piece of our long-term security that, again, we don't always sync up with the funding.
Beyond just, the element there with foreign students, do you think that universities across the board, not just the Ivies, not just the technical like MITs of the world, do you think our universities are really investing enough in enhancing these skills among our young people so that they can take on the world?
They're trying, and again, Stanford just created a $1.2 billion school of sustainability, right? The $1.2 billion just from John Doerr, speaking of venture capital, and then lots of other gifts. Now, yeah, that's important. That's as big as even the best universities can get, but that's pocket change in comparison to what you need to build this long-term infrastructure. So there are two problems. One, the universities really do need consistent federal funding. But two, and this is a broader question for all of you, that school is not directly related to chips manufacturing. It's where students want to go today, and they are much more thinking about things like sustainability, the environment, diversity, purpose. So you also have to sort of broaden out, here's the kind of education you need, and here are all the ways you can use it if you want the kind of students who are going to have this kind of training and build our infrastructure over coming decades.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I want to shift a little bit because we're talking about national security ultimately, and so I want to really dig into how the CHIPS Act and how, in general, what we're talking about relates to national security. And so we're going to maybe just start with an overview about how the Biden administration thinks that tech will transform America by, let's say, 2030, and also how it's tied to its national security goals specifically.
Happy to. One thing that I want to just build off, just to point on, I think you're absolutely right. CHIPS is about economic and national security. If we cannot build and operate these facilities in America, if we don't have the workforce to do that, we won't succeed at our goals. So just want to foot stomp everything that has been said here about the criticality of the workforce and really the need for really a whole of society approach to dealing with our workforce challenges. That includes universities, that includes partnerships with community colleges and apprenticeships as well. We're going to create tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs. 60% of the jobs in fabs don't require a college degree. So it is about a broader set of educational partnerships that we really are looking forward to fostering in CHIPS.
Labor costs and salaries and all the other issues that come into play, of course.
Totally. So on the national security piece, I'll keep it high level and then turn it over to my colleagues to chat a little bit more about it. I think about it in a couple of ways. I mean, the biggest issue that we're trying to tackle, you mentioned this before, is global supply chain security. couple of stats that are, I think, really important to keep in mind is in 1990, 37% of global chip capacity was produced in the United States. Today, that number is less than 10%. The US used to produce the majority of advanced logic chips. These are the chips that are really important for emerging technologies like AI and biotech and supercomputers. Today, 92% of those advanced logic chips are produced in East Asia. So why is that a national security challenge? It's a challenge because our supply chains are not resilient. So if you have a cyber attack or an earthquake or a pandemic, you see disruptions in supply chains. And those supply chains, those disruptions affect the lives of everyday Americans. I mean, in 2021, the chip shortage caused car prices to go up such that cars contributed to about a third of inflation. That is an economic security challenge that affects all Americans, and so that's really what we're looking to tackle on chips.
I mean, you know, Morgan mentions the drama with the auto industry during COVID, but these issues obviously have been building over time. COVID just really kind of forced everybody to swallow the hard pill and see that this is something that we have to address. From Jordan and Amory, like, where do we stand? Have we started to address it enough? We're talking about the CHIPS and Science Act, but in reality, are we doing enough in real time to avoid a crisis like what we saw in 2020?
Mm-hmm. In terms of national security, I think it falls into two buckets. Yeah. One of which Morgan described really well. On the one hand, you have the supply chains. And the more leadership we cede in the semiconductor industry overseas, the less secure we are. We're more dependent on other nations. And in the same way that we could shut off chips to Russia when they invaded Ukraine, in the future that sort of leverage could be used against us. And microchips are in everything. So it is a very fundamental issue dealing with the supply chain. On that front, if you pull apart the value chain, the US used to dominate almost every aspect of it. Today, our leadership has really dwindled to just a few parts, like capital equipment and design. And even those are at risk. If you look at where China has been investing a lot of their venture capital, it is into the design portion of the ecosystem. And in the US, we basically have two incumbents who dominate that sector. So we are at risk of losing even more parts of the supply chain, or the value chain, to competitors. So those are all areas that we really need to double down and ensure that we are doing the things today that will lead to US leadership in those parts of the supply chain 10, 20 years from now. The other part is essentially the innovation wars. So as Morgan said, semiconductors are critical to every other technology innovation. So advances in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all of these are dependent on semiconductors. And innovations in one kind of lead to innovation in the other. And we need to accelerate our own innovation cycles in those areas. So I think what's really critical for the United States over the next few years is to rebuild our innovation ecosystem in the semiconductor industry. Again, today, very few entrepreneurs want to go there because they don't see it as viable. So what are the things we can do to increase entrepreneurs going into that area? I think we could build more shared infrastructure. We can make it easier to go from idea to prototype. We can incentivize venture capital to go into that sector. And the more innovation we have there, I think the more it translates into all these other areas, which give us qualitative leadership, not just resiliency. And so, if I have kind of one suggestion, it's to figure out how we build back those innovation ecosystems across America for the semiconductor industry.
What can the administration do to help the private sector kind of, work with us, work for them to really be able to accomplish its goals, the administration's goals, more efficiently, more quickly? I mean, Jordan.
Well, I think one answer there is, as Morgan was saying, these funding opportunities are great opportunities to encourage industry to do more to support those innovation ecosystems. So rather than just build their fab, maybe they can build in specific lines so that entrepreneurs have access to it more cheaply. That would be one answer. Another is to use some of the R&D funding from the $11 billion in the CHIPS Act to really support entrepreneurship and make sure that there's de-risking capital to go from kind of initial idea to first prototype. And then lastly, I think the universities have a major role to play here in building a shared infrastructure and shared computing resources that entrepreneurs can use so they don't have to use their scarce dollars that they get from investors in order to just get the very basic infrastructure to build a prototype. So I think those are all things that can be encouraged or catalyzed by the government and by universities.
Mm-hmm. So I'd answer this question specifically and then try to really broaden the conversation. I think what Morgan said about community colleges and apprenticeships is hugely important. You know, all the top universities that many of you came from are, again, even the big state engineering schools, the Purdue, the Illinois, the Michigan, even there, that is only a very small slice of, you know, where the workforce that we need is coming from. The move to shift from pedigree to performance, to hiring people based on their skills is hugely important, and governors across the country are beginning to adopt policies that drop the kind of you must have a college degree. You ought to be able to get a job based on whether you can do the job, not on where you went. So community colleges. Community colleges are critical. So are places like Metropolitan State and the various technical colleges of different kinds. Connecting those to industry, connecting them to what we call youth apprenticeships, where you get an apprenticeship your junior year in high school, and you get paid to learn. Right? You're on a job. You're paid. Your high school coordinates with the company that's hired you. And here's what's critical, that's a 3-year apprenticeship, and it gets you over the transition from high school to often nothing, right? Not a good job, maybe a minimum wage job. This gets you through and into community college, and you can go on from there. Gavin Newsom committed to creating 500,000 of these kinds of apprenticeships. We need much more of that, and much more innovation with lots of different kinds of educational institutions, and of course now with hybrid learning in all sorts of ways. One more point there, Arizona State University, Michael Crow committed he said, look, we are going to admit people at scale, right? It's a 120,000 student university, according to the demography of Arizona, right? We are going to take people to reflect the demography of Arizona, and we're going to be a great research university at the same time. And people laughed at him. And yesterday, Arizona State was admitted into the American Association of American Universities Association. Those are the top research institutions. So the big state institutions, not the bottom, can play a huge, huge role. So all of that, I do think, is critical. And thinking about how you take one of these fabs, how this investment can build an educational, entrepreneurial ecosystem where they are, well beyond just here's the factory and here's the workers. That's, again, a very 20th century, a mid-20th century view of the American workforce and the whole care infrastructure around that. But I want to push you to think much more broadly, because the Biden National Security Strategy, issued in October, was a historic document, and not because of this kind of industrial policy. It was a historic document because it said, yes, we've got all these challenges with China and Russia and North Korea and Iran, and then it said, and here are these transnational challenges: climate change, infectious disease, energy shortages, food shortages, inflation. Those challenges, they call them transnational, I call them global, doesn't matter. Those challenges are just as important as the geopolitics. Well, you wouldn't know it from the way we're actually spending our time and our money. Now, that is not the administration's fault necessarily. It's doing what it can do to get things through Congress. But if we really believe that, and I do believe that, I am far more worried about climate change and pandemics than I am about China winning something. It's not that I want China to win, but that's just not the way I think about what is going to affect my life and my children's lives. What are we doing there? How are we thinking about this investment to also think about all the new energy technology, all the new health technology, all the stuff that we are going to need with all the countries of the world. Because you can't just sort of say, no, we're not going to play with China or Russia or any of the others. Yes, to lead, but not to win, because nobody's going to win on these challenges. And that's the part of this conversation that is missing, and yet our own administration has said these challenges are just as existential and important to our national security as winning the technology race against China.
It's funny that you say that, actually, because so many of my conversations with the White House and anyone who's really involved in this sphere, when I talk to them about the great power competition or whatever you want to call it with China, they say it's not about China, it's about America. And this is what the administration has sort of doubled down on. They don't want that to be the narrative. And yet so many of the policies, export controls and others, concerns about insulating the U.S. from shocks related to blockades or embargoes of Taiwan, it seems like China is sort of the screensaver of this policy, if you will. Like that's, and so I'm trying to kind of dig into that a little deeper of like, maybe China has the short-term goal of, the competition and trying to kind of dominate, but long-term, what more can the administration do to then really make this about America, about, getting jobs for people, expanding opportunities, enhancing trainings at schools and at technical institutes. I mean, Morgan, if you want to jump in there and show, like, is this about America ultimately, and how do you then convey that publicly and show people that these are opportunities for you? It's not about China.
Look, I think it is imperative that we think at the Commerce Department and on CHIPS about strengthening our national security and doing what's good for the American people. And I think it's possible to do both. I think that is exactly what CHIPS is doing, right? We are making historic investments in American manufacturing that are going to create tens of thousands of jobs, right? That is good for America. We are going to encourage the awardees who are requesting over $150 million to provide childcare. We are encouraging applicants to reinvest in R&D, as we've been talking about, and to partner with universities. So all of this is fundamentally about improving the lives of everyday Americans. And so I think it's possible to recognize that there is a broader competition with China while really focusing on what's good for Americans. How are we doing that on CHIPS? We're making these historic investments, but then we also have important things like our national security guardrails. And the intent there is to make sure that the investments that we're making in America don't go to benefit potential malign actors who could use the technology against us. And so we really believe it's possible to do both, and in fact, that's our job every day.
And what about, efforts as of late to really recruit countries like the Netherlands and Japan to work with the U.S. to maybe isolate China from access to some of these critical technologies? How do you think that will play into what the CHIPS Act is trying to do?
Well, I think with CHIPS, the chip supply chain is global. It's going to remain global. And the reality is, if we want to increase global supply chain security, which we talked about as a core goal, we're going to have to rely on our allies and partners. We're going to have to work with and coordinate with our allies and partners. And that's something that we are doing at the CHIPS Program Office. I actually have an international engagement team that's focused exclusively on that. So I think a coordination with our allies and partners is really critical, both to strengthening our national security and increasing global supply chain security, which, as we talked about, is good for everyday Americans.
I guess, just being devil's advocate before I hand it over to the audience, China being China, you would think, obviously, with the competition, with a lot of the concerns about the way China uses some of these technologies, it would be understandable to want to work with other allies and partners, but a U.S.-China alliance in this sphere would be pretty remarkable. Are we anywhere near something like that where you could see the U.S. and China working together to enhance these supply chains, to be able to really, use this technology for the greater good? Mm-hmm. So it's a very rosy picture that I try to paint here, but.
Well, I think going back to what Anne-Marie was saying, the challenges we face are both geopolitical and they're transnational. And I think there was a great book written by you a decade ago. And so what that means is we can't solve transnational problems alone. We have to do it with allies and partners. We also can't do it just through the government. It requires all sectors of society to be engaged in that. And I think that's where some of this disconnect, or not disconnect, but the language you're seeing from the White House is trying to balance those things. And I think in an ideal world, we would get to a place with China where we could cooperate and compete. So we compete on economic and technology issues, we cooperate on transnational issues. There's a way to get there, but it does require building trust in their technology, their supply chain, how they're using their technology, and how they use ours. And that'll take time. It's not something that can be solved in years. It's something that can be solved in maybe a decade or two. But that's what we all need to work towards. In the meantime, I think what America has always done so well, and I would say better than anyone else in the world, is that we continually innovate on our own structures and our own ways of doing things. And the world has changed through all these new transnational issues. And so I think we need to figure out internally what do we need to change. And just in the sector that we work in venture capital has been done the same way for 30, 40 years. It was based on some interesting regulatory and tax changes that allowed certain structures. It has conventions that apply sort of a 10-year fund duration, and those are arbitrary. There's no reason we can't change them. And as we look at the challenges we need to solve in our own technology industry, it's time we innovate on some of our own financing structures, our workforce training structures, and that's what America does best. So I think if there's one thing that everybody across America could do is look at the areas that the government is shining a light on, so the semiconductor industry, the energy, climate sectors, and say, how can we innovate? How can we use the unique features that America has to start solving these problems? And that's our ingenuity, our capital, our talent, our universities. These are all amazing tools we have to solve these problems.
And I'll add, and the care sector, right? Both Japan and France are miles ahead on robotics to help human caregivers in ways that will, frankly, as I get a little older, be very important for all of our lives. So we shouldn't just be thinking about traditional areas. I would add to this, though, accepting, we're not going to integrate our supply lines with China. That's not going to happen, certainly not now. However, we could do a lot better if we were willing to lead a different way. If you really want to bring China to the table, we can't launch the initiative. The EU has to launch the initiative. And in many of these areas, the EU is not ahead of us technologically, but they are ahead of us as the regulators. So if we're thinking about, just right now, we haven't talked about AI yet and the impact of AI on all of this and whether these, how much of these jobs will be then affected by AI. But we need global rules of the road for AI the way we needed them for nukes. AI and nuclear weapons are not the same in many, many, many ways, but the one way I think they are is you need some real global rules of the road, and they have to be global. We'll call a conference. China's not coming. If the EU calls a conference, they've got a far better shot. They're China's biggest trading partner, and China wants Europe. And wants to peel Europe away from us. I don't think that's going to happen, but we should actually look at both Europe and ASEAN as the places that can bring China and us to the table and others in ways that would get us there. But that goes against our DNA, right? We're back. We're at the table. We're the convener. We're the indispensable nation. We're not going to get where we need to get on the transnational issues and on those areas where we really do need global cooperation if we insist on being the out-front leader. We can lead from the center, we can lead with our allies, but we've got to let other people put their...
Good morning. Let me try that again. Good morning. All right, that's better. Good to see you all, and thank you all for being here. It's great to be with you in person, in real life, in Washington, D.C. on a beautiful day, and also to the people who are watching from afar. Good morning. We have a lot of things we could talk about. I think the first thing I want to do is just very briefly, you have the full bios somewhere else, no doubt, but very briefly tell you who we are lucky enough to hear from today. So starting from the end here, Christopher Goldsmith is many things. He's an investigator, a combat veteran, and the founder and CEO of Task Force Butler Institute, which we will hear more about, which is fascinating. Amy Spitalnik, am I saying that right? Spitalnik is the CEO of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, which is a recent change, right? But you've done many, many things, which we are going to hear about. And then we have Speaker Joe Tate, who is the Speaker of the Michigan House of Representatives, yes, in the House. And this is your third term, is that right?
Yes, indeed.
All right. So one of the things, and I should note that everyone on stage except for me is a Truman National Security Project member, so awesome. I want to just dig right in and ask each of you to tell us about something you're working on right now, because we're talking about polarization. Tell us about something that you're working on right now that is either a response to polarization or is affected in some way by polarization. Maybe we'll start with you, Chris.
Yeah, so first I want to thank Truman staff and all the members. This is like my favorite part of the year. So thank you, everybody who's behind this conference. So first, I kind of want to reframe this polarization talk. So there is one side that believes that the left is coming for them and taking away their rights and blah, blah, blah. And then there's the other side that's banning books and like banning identities and banning healthcare. These things are not the same. It's not a spectrum. Viewing this as left and right, and I've tried to remove talking about like far right from my lexicon, because to call a neo-Nazi far right provokes a reaction from the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world who say like, oh, you're just going after white people. Like, you're telling on yourself, first of all. But what are we working on right now? This is Pride Month. As someone who's got their pulse on all of neo-Nazi Telegram and Gab and the rest, I think that this month is going to be a little ugly. So my team right now is working with organizers of events. We're doing threat landscape analyses, and we are preventing violence through letting these folks know how to protect themselves, who are bad actors in their area, and what they can do to engage with law enforcement before the event, so that should anything happen, there's an immediate response.
Okay, so I hear you saying that the word polarization is just kind of misleading and inadequate, right, to what we're talking about. I also think it's extremely boring, the word polarization. So let's just stop using it, okay? So I think sometimes we're talking about different things when we talk about it, right? And sometimes we're talking about extremism, and sometimes we're talking about people who are caught in sort of malignant conflict, which is its own kind of death spiral, as we keep seeing. Thanks, Chris. Amy, what's on your mind? What are you working on?
Well, I would think, I actually, to go back to the point about how we're framing this discussion, for me, in many ways, it's just a question about democracy. We say polarization, but I think it's really a question of, do you believe in democracy or not? And there's only one side that is actively fighting for democracy in this moment, and another side that is actively mobilizing violent extremists and others through increasingly normalized bigotry to counter democracy. And we need to be very clear about that, and it can't be partisan to say that. Let me
just ask, I also think we need to be clear about what is democracy.
Exactly.
If you ask most 10 Americans, you probably get 10 answers.
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say that?
Well, I mean, there's the democracy that I think all of us think we have, and like, right, I'm the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. This is the country they came to after the war as a place that was supposed to be safe for Jews and other people. But we also know that there's a long legacy of systemic white supremacy in this country that never made it the inclusive multiracial democracy that it should have been. So there's both the baseline that all of us sort of like felt we were living in, and that for the most part we're safe in certain ways, and that itself is under attack right now. But there's also the aspirational inclusive multiracial democracy that we've never had, in which people's fundamental voting rights and other civil and human rights never existed in the way that they did for other parts of the population. I guess to answer your original question, In my prior life, until I guess only a few months ago, I ran the organization that brought a lawsuit against the neo-Nazis that attacked Charlottesville. And when Charlottesville happened, when we saw these neo-Nazis chanting, "Jews will not replace us," many of us were confused. We had no idea why they were saying this, what this conspiracy theory was. And in the nearly 6 years since, we've seen that conspiracy theory go from the fringes and the dark corners of the internet to the mainstream of our political discourse. And it might not be Marjorie Taylor Greene or another Republican politician saying Jews will not replace us, but they're using invasion language, they're using globalist language, Soros, cabal, they're talking about groomers and pedophiles when it comes to the LGBTQ community, and the ways in which these conspiracy theories are at the core of this increasingly normalized extremism that we're seeing seep into our politics and our society, cuts to, I think, the crux of this conversation in many ways. How do you fight back against that? And so in my new role at the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, the core of our work is about building cross-community coalitions to both stand in solidarity with every community that's under attack at this moment, and there are many, and to fight for the sort of inclusive, multiracial democracy that we need, that aspirational democracy, and not just the bare minimum to protect against these violent extremists and others who are actively trying to use extremism to roll back rights, but to also do better than we were doing before for the long term. And it's not a short-term project, it's a long-term project.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds like you're saying that what happened in Charlottesville was in some ways foreshadowing or a precursor for other things.
Exactly.
Can you give us just a short, and we're going to come back to it, but the short version of what happened with the litigation that you were part of in Charlottesville? What was the outcome?
Yeah. Well, it's very meaningful to be back at TrueCon because towards the beginning of my time doing that work, I was on a panel where we were talking about this pie-in-the-sky case we were bringing.
This was 2019.
It was 2019, I think, that panel. Not very long after we first filed the lawsuit, trial felt like a million years away. Little did we know all the things that would happen in the world since then, pandemic, January 6th, the ways in which it would really be a harbinger of what followed. But the upshot is that what happened in Charlottesville was no accident. It was planned meticulously in advance on social media, down to discussions of hitting protesters with cars and then claiming self-defense. And that's not an accident. That's not free speech. That's a violent, racially motivated conspiracy to attack people. And so Integrity First for America, which is the organization I ran, brought a lawsuit on behalf of 9 community members who were injured in the car attack and other violence that weekend. And ultimately, after many years of litigation, resulted in a unanimous jury verdict finding every defendant liable for that conspiracy to the tune of multi-million dollars. And so, and there's so much to talk about in terms of accountability and extremism and how it ties into the work Chris does and how it ties into the broader fight for democracy Speaker Kate is involved with. And I also think that the way in which Charlottesville really was the harbinger or the preview of the violence that's followed, not just the mass acts of violence like Pittsburgh and Poway and El Paso and Buffalo, but these increasingly normalized conspiracy theories that have become part and parcel of our political dialogue, is so important to understand, and something that 6 years ago I don't think anyone in this room or anywhere fully anticipated.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, right, because there are ways in which you could see this coming and ways in which you probably have been frustrated, I'm guessing, by other people not seeing it coming. And then it's also, I would imagine, extremely heartbreaking to be validated in these ways. But you've also learned a lot, and in many ways that case is a sort of template, right, for some of the work that you're doing, Chris, which we'll hear more about. But speaking of precursors and foreshadowing, Speaker Tate, Michigan in some ways was dealing with sort of extremism, let's say, in ways that were probably very familiar when you saw what happened on January 6th, right? So can you tell us a little bit about how you've seen in your 3 terms things shift in Michigan? And by the way, we are going to start to talk about solutions and hope. So don't worry. Just going to do this. I know in DC we spend a lot of time admiring the problem, right? And looking at it from 800 different angles and lamenting it. I know my colleagues in journalism spend way too much time on that. But I just want to establish where we've been and where we are.
Absolutely. Well, good morning. Thank you all for having me. I think for us, looking at Michigan, as you know, the past few years, I think those that aren't from the state of Michigan probably looked, before last year's election and basically said, what is going on in that state? We had everything from, as you mentioned, before January 6th, there was kind of this trial run on those that felt they could undermine our institutions, our state institutions with the legislature, and essentially say to our duly elected governor that she can't lead our state. And in April of 2020, they ended up showing up, and hundreds with their long guns and their weapon systems. I served in the military as well, and you have folks that showed up like they were about to go into combat, essentially in what we saw on January 6th.
At the state capitol.
At the state capitol, also with nooses, with all the other symbols, swastikas and Confederate flags. And coming from being in the North, you're like, why do you have a Confederate flag in Michigan? Doesn't make any sense, but so, and you saw that, and then you continue to see the intimidation with, the Wolverine militia, Wolverine watchmen that were planning and plotting on kidnapping our governor, and essentially holding a separate trial for the actions that she was taking in leading our state. And then it kind of continued to follow with having false electors come in and try and certify. When President Biden won the state, tried to come in and even planned on sleeping in the Capitol, like finding a way in the Capitol so they could come into the chambers to try and undermine a free and fair election. So that kind of sets the groundwork for what was going on in the state of Michigan. Voters exercised their power last November, so this is the first time in 40 years that Democrats control both the House, the Senate, and the governor's office. And we're seeing a change there, and as we discussed earlier, we're trying to make government, at least my job in the House, trying to make it more boring so we can just get down to doing the work of the people.
Yeah, and it's something else, right, to see. I mean, I wonder, we've seen actions like this in other countries all over the world, and you served in the Marines. What was it like that day? Were you at the Capitol? And what were your thoughts on that day?
My thoughts on that day was, I think it was just surprise. I couldn't be more surprised in terms of, the institution that we had in Michigan that has served us for, obviously not perfect. We have more work that we need to do, but for a group of individuals to basically say, it was essentially basically having, pouting because they don't get their way, so they're going to use force and intimidation to come into our Capitol. And I know I have probably a few members that were here, some former colleagues too that were there that day. Essentially, them coming up to the chambers. We're lucky to have our state police there and our sergeants to make sure that we were safe and protected. But I mean, it was definitely touch and go there to see, like, are they going to come through into our chamber and what is going to happen, and essentially what is going to happen to our state if this happens. So it was very surprising and just unsettling.
Deeply unsettling, I can imagine, yeah. And I believe there was at least one veteran involved in the plot against the governor, which leads me to ask, both of you are veterans. This is a complicated issue, obviously not trying to generalize here. I wonder, Chris, could you tell us a little bit about your own story and how you ended up focused on trying to find neo-Nazis before they do harm?
Yeah, so I I became an investigator while I was working at Vietnam Veterans America. And I used to introduce myself, like here in DC, as the first and last investigator of any veterans organization ever. And people would chuckle. And now I run an organization of veteran investigators. And that was because I had found a Russian-backed imposter Facebook page that was pretending to be the organization that I worked for. Long story short, 2 years later, I produced a 200-page report called the Troll Report that cataloged the 10 different ways that troops, veterans, and our families are targeted online by hostile foreign entities. And one of the through lines through all of those things, whether it was romance scams or just selling T-shirts or this Russian entity that was posting pictures of my CEO, was racism and xenophobia, and specifically pitting veterans against vulnerable populations. That was, the LGBTQ community, immigrants, especially refugees, and they'd use these racist slogans that would divide not just veterans, but pit veterans against others within the United States. And I basically just followed the propaganda into its natural result, which was the radicalization of people who saw those racist and xenophobic messages, and it resonated with them. And the algorithm, the more you engage with that kind of content, the more Facebook puts it into your feed, the more radical you get, the more your version of reality shifts, because Facebook and Twitter are basically serving more racism into your feed. So 2020, I got laid off from VBA, and a buddy of mine, this is a weird story but true, calls me up and says, "Hey Goldie, I joined a neo-Nazi organization and I want you to help me take them down." We had never had a previous conversation on this topic, but I said, I went from full-time student, running my nonprofit, working for a nonprofit, to graduating and getting laid off. So I had a lot of time, so I was like, all right, tell me about your neo-Nazis. And when he first used that phrase, that word, Nazi, I thought he was exaggerating. And it wasn't until I was inside Patriot Front that I came to realize that Gen Z, these young kids, teenagers, early 20s, were immersing themselves in fascist propaganda, like literally reading Mein Kampf, creating new content, and basically taking everything that they learned growing up watching brand builders like Kim Kardashian and applying the ideology of Hitler to it, to build movements and do these shock and awe campaigns like Charlottesville. So started speaking out about this, getting public about doing it, and a bunch of veterans would reach out to me online and be like, "Hey, put me in, coach." And I recognize that what I do is objectively crazy, joining neo-Nazi organizations and militias, so I couldn't just tell vets, "Hey, join your local militia." But we came up with the idea of Task Force Butler, and almost all of what we do is online. We also spy on Nazis with drones, which they sued me for, in a very interesting turn of events. But we have given these vets a new mission, a new way to reclaim patriotism, reclaim our service to our country, and protect democracy, and speaking for myself, in ways that I wasn't doing in Iraq.
So it sounds like in some ways this feels like you're more mission aligned than you were in Iraq.
Yeah.
In serving the country. Many, many questions that I want to ask you, and we will also get questions from you all, so be thinking about that. Before I do want to bring you in here, Amy, and ask, can you give us a sense of the template that you used in Charlottesville and how that might be used in the future? Because part of the solution has to be accountability, and as you've also noted, right, it can't be the entire solution. You can't litigate and prosecute your way out of this problem. So first, let's talk about what you learned. What is the template from Charlottesville?
Well, accountability matters. I think we are living at a time when it's so easy to feel like there is no accountability because, frankly, there hasn't been on so many levels, and that's how this extremism gets normalized. so that when it happens, it's all the more important. And so in our case, we brought a civil lawsuit under a number of federal and state statutes, including a federal statute called the Ku Klux Klan Act, which was written over 150 years ago to protect recently freed slaves from Klan violence in the South, and is sadly perfectly applicable in the 2020s, as well as sort of state conspiracy laws and others. And there's different federal and state laws that might apply in different cases, but the crux of this is using civil litigation to hit these extremist organizations where it hurts, which is their finances and their operations. And so even before trial, we had neo-Nazis like Richard Spencer, who circa 2017 was perhaps the most prominent neo-Nazi in the United States, one of the key organizers of Unite the Right, say that this case has, quote, financially crippled him. And so if we did nothing else but bankrupt Richard Spencer, I feel pretty good about that. But it also goes beyond that, right? So certainly the case has bankrupted these groups. Many have talked about how it's undercut their operations. Some have shut down. A few have claimed that they've left the movement. And even though we're skeptical about that, it speaks to the pressure they're facing. But what the case also does is really pull back the curtain on how these groups operate. What is their actual conversation happening on these Discord channels where they plant violence? How did they intend to use tools like plausible deniability, this idea that we were just joking about hitting protesters with cars. We didn't actually mean we would do it. How do they use different tools like that to plan, to recruit, to conspire, to engage in violence? And to really, I think, also illustrate the conspiracy theories and the hate that's at the core of their ideology, this replacement theory, this idea that there is, a Jewish puppet master pulling the strings, bringing immigrants and refugees into this country, supporting the Black community in its progress, and anything good that happens to these populations that don't fit into their vile, narrow vision for sort of a white ethno-state, there has to be someone pulling the strings, someone funding it. And it's that same rhetoric, again, that same conspiracy theory that has become normalized in our politics in so many ways. And so, again, by going after their finances, their operations, by pulling back the curtain on how they operate, and we made a deliberate point to put all of the trial materials, the exhibits, the transcripts, the evidence database, it's all on the Integrity First for America website, so that people, including future litigants, researchers, journalists, academics, can use this as a tool to better understand extremism. And we've actually seen our case now serve as a model. There are a number of January 6 cases modeled on it, and other cases that use the same framework to go after these extremists in their pocketbooks and with their operations.
Yeah, I was very grateful that you made all of this so public. I think that helps because we've got such deep distrust going in the country, and it also helps, to your point, of sort of pulling back the curtain and also, replicating in other places what you've done. It also brings to mind this point that, you have to do many things all at once for a problem like this. It is a wicked, wicked problem. Speaker Tate, you have this wonderful aspiration of making politics boring again, which I love. And I wonder, it sounds like one way to do that, potentially, correct me if I'm wrong, is to make government function for more people. So can you tell us, are there one or two things that you've been able to get done that you feel like go towards that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there are a few things, and as you mentioned too, and this theme of how long this does take to actually get to a point where, we are reducing, extremism and polarization. One of the things that we've been doing in Michigan, there have been a couple of ballot initiatives. I think one is around, a couple that has been around just lowering barriers for voting. So, we've done ballot initiative around no reason absentee voting. We recently had a ballot initiative for early voting. And so other items like that to lower the barriers there. But also we had a ballot initiative around an independent redistricting commission. So we know when, and admittedly I'm political. When we have the legislature, we know that draws the lines, they draw it in their favor. So the people of the state of Michigan decided to have that separated out from the legislature. And I think what we've seen, and this is the first cycle that this has taken place where we have new lines drawn by an independent body, we see that the lines are more partisan fair, but also we're seeing...
The lines are more split. Like, in other words, are you like 50-50 districts? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're seeing more of that. So there are more districts where you can't, as a candidate, go too far, in the fringes. And I think that's going to play out, especially with the legislation that we've been looking at as well, too. So I'll give you one example is gun violence reduction. So we've been able, in Michigan, in this first part of this legislative session, to do gun violence, common sense gun violence prevention. So simple, not easy, but simple things like universal background checks, safe storage, extreme risk protection orders, things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle had no interest over the past decade to even take a look at, even though it was something that the people of Michigan wanted.
Well, they get primaried out, right, if they support it.
Absolutely.
To be fair, right?
Yeah.
It was structurally set up that way, yeah. But it sounds like now that's less likely, a little bit.
Yes. And I think over the next several cycles, you will see, because there are seats that are held by Republicans that you're seeing a large body of their constituents that, for this example, gun violence, they want to see that.
Right.
The majority of Michigan residents want to see us do something about reducing gun violence.
Majority of Americans, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great example of like a structural change, sounds like.
And we want to keep moving kind of in that sense. So when we look at things, how can we continue working, with thinking about pocketbook issues as well too. So in terms of tax relief, in terms of we've been able to expand our civil rights law to include the LGBTQ community as well too. So those are things that where essentially the policy is good politics. At the end of the day, like this has the majority of support, and these are good, sound policies.
Okay, so this is a good example, right, of a tactic to try to make politics boring, more boring, again, by reducing the rewards to conflict entrepreneurs, right? Making it harder for people who incite and inflame conflict to be in positions of power. For, if you have a sort of diverse, politically mixed district, then it's harder to just, dehumanize large groups of people, many of whom are, your constituents. So that's a great example. And I wonder also, as we think about the way you have to deal with this problem from so many different directions, one direction is sort of mental health direction, right, I would assume. Like, you can't just react to these problems and litigate or prosecute. You want to deal with it further upstream. So, Chris, I think one of the things that makes you so powerful and wise in this work is that you have been there. So you can't just villainize every veteran or person who's ever gone down the YouTube rabbit hole, right?
Yeah. I don't know if he's still here, but me and Max Blumenthal probably would have been friends like 15 years ago. My first time in DC, I had a mohawk. I was an anti-war protester. I came out of Iraq like really, really messed up and angry and lashing out and pretty right-wing libertarian. And that period in my life, I was literally meeting people like Stuart Rhodes, who were starting organizations like the Oath Keepers so that they could one day go on to storm the Capitol and try to overthrow democracy. I know what it's like to fall down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. I know what it's like to feel vulnerable and to lash out at others because I feel unsafe on a deep, deep, deep level. And for me, the thing that saved me from that more than anything was access to VA healthcare. And that's something that veterans have that no other American. We have a right to healthcare. And the VA really helped me put my life back together and stop feeling stuck and start moving forward. And that, I have no sympathy for the people, the Nazis that I'm hunting. So that, to be clear, I know how a lot of them got there, and it is somebody else's job to work on their mental health. What I am focused on is making it difficult and expensive to be a Nazi. You want to be a Nazi, you can. I'm just going to try and ruin your life.
I'm curious. I'm actually really curious where you draw that line. Like, why don't you have sympathy? That could have been you.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Had you not had access to healthcare?
I mean, I could have been a very scary terrorist. And we actually just, back on January 6th this year, we ran an exercise where me and my team, taking our knowledge from being inside these militias and these hate groups, built out, what could happen on another January 6th.
And you were very good at it.
Yeah. I see myself in a way in some of these people. And that doesn't mean that if I had become that person that I wouldn't deserve jail time.
Right.
Or I wouldn't deserve people's anger, right? So there are professionals who are focused on mental health. You can be an expert in nothing and a jack of all trades, right? I could try to do everything, or I could be an expert.
This is what you're doing right now.
This is it.
Yeah,
Task Force Butler Institute, we have
Yeah.
one mission: hunt Nazis, ruin their lives.
Yeah, and meanwhile, but telling your story, I think, is really helpful to the rest of us to understand. You got to understand it enough. Understand what's the motivation and why people are seeking belonging, right, and purpose, and an explanation for their grievances, right, a scapegoat. And this also gets to, what are the interventions, right, that might work. Could you talk a little bit about, you were telling me about something hopeful that recently happened at the White House last week, I think it was?
Last week, yeah. Yeah, look, I think, much like I think this whole panel, we probably talk about these issues a lot publicly, and it's important to recognize there are reasons for hope and that it's not all dire. And so I want to say that to start, because there really are. And for me, the last week in particular has been hopeful. The White House put out a week ago this comprehensive historic strategy to fight anti-Semitism, and at its core, it recognizes that to fight anti-Semitism, you have to protect democracy and you have to fight for the safety and rights of every other community under threat, and vice versa. To protect democracy and fight for other community safety, we have to take on anti-Semitism because it animates and fuels so much of that bigotry and white nationalism and conspiracy theories that we've been talking about.
Because these things are often siloed. Right?
Often siloed.
Like
and we
the
talk about
anti-Semitism people over there, and the anti-racism people over there, and they don't
exactly.
really...
And as a Jewish woman, right, I know that my safety is inextricably linked with the safety of you, of everyone else in this room, no matter our identities, because if one of us isn't safe, none of us are safe. And also, and that should be a no-brainer, right? But the ways that we look at these issues are increasingly siloed. And when we start to see them as part of the holistic sort of tools that are used holistically by extremists to attack our democracy, right? Replacement theory is fundamentally anti-Semitic, racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, and so much more. If we are not understanding how deeply interconnected all of our fates are, it's that much easier for the other side to tear us apart and make it easier for them to win. And so at the fact that the strategy recognizes that at its core, and it didn't happen by accident. There were many of us for sort of the 6 months from the first roundtable at the White House in December to the strategy coming out last week that were hammering this point, because you don't hear it a lot in the conversation on anti-Semitism. Sort of a lot of the usual suspects do try to act like, it's a zero-sum game, and if one community gets something, another community doesn't. And when we start to recognize that, for example, in a moment when neo-Nazis are actively recruiting off of anti-trans and anti-drag events, that makes all of us less safe,
right,
we begin to move the needle.
Right, because so many movements have been short-circuited by this kind of factionalism, right? So what's one specific thing that initiative is kind of trying to push forward when it comes to interventions online or other things that might work at this upstream level?
Well, there's a number of things both that the government itself can do that are outlined in the strategy and then identified that partners are doing, civil society organizations. On the civil society front, my two favorites are, one, it calls out the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, where we're going to be building coalitions focused specifically on this cross-community solidarity in fighting hate and protecting, advancing democracy. And it also calls out one of my favorite organizations that I'm on the advisory board of, the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab, which is a mouthful, an American, which is a small lab that does targeted evidence-driven interventions to help prevent people going down the rabbit hole of online extremism, giving caretakers, parents, teachers, direct resources so that they could spot the early warning signs of extremism, the stuff that Chris has been talking about. How are we actually empowering the people who are with those typically young white men on a daily basis to spot the signs before they go and buy the assault weapon and shoot up the synagogue or the supermarket or...
Is it giving money towards those efforts?
So there is government money that is starting to go towards those efforts.
Okay.
And then the plan itself identifies a whole litany of other efforts, including, of course, the usual suspects, DOJ, DHS. But it brings in other sort of surprising agencies into this, the FDA and the USDA, right? So part of preventing extremism and hate and fighting for democracy is also creating an inclusive society where everyone feels welcome. And so if there's a family that's on the SNAP program and they're kosher and they don't have access to kosher food as part of that, that's not an inclusive democracy. And this is true of any community, right, who has dietary needs or any other needs. And so when we start to look at our society in this holistic way, understanding that fighting extremism and protecting democracy requires not just the same tools we've been using that clearly haven't worked, this more holistic cross-community, cross-issue dynamic, we can not just fight the extremism, but work towards that inclusivity, which I think goes hand in hand with so many of the policies you've been talking about in terms of voting rights, in terms of gun violence prevention, the broader societal issues that, again, because to your point, we're not going to sue, prosecute, or barricade our way out of this crisis. It requires proactive measures to get to upstream prevention and to build that sort of democratic resiliency into our society that makes it that much harder for people to be radicalized or move towards violence in the first place.
Right, there needs to be more immunity or resilience.
Exactly.
And I love this idea of experimenting what actually works to be helpful to people online. I mean, every story I write, there are 10 different headlines that are tested online in the first hour by the places I write for. But we don't see anything close to that with interventions, right, for extremism online. So if we just could put a little more attention to this, I really feel like there's incredible opportunity, because a lot of people who, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people who end up getting radicalized are depressed. They feel a lot of grievance, some of which are fair and valid and some of which are imagined, right, and incited by others. And so, there's opportunity in that. I wonder, Speaker Tate, as you think about ways in which, you still have to get things done, right? You can't wait for these things to get fixed or for all the reforms, and you're living in the real world of politics where you have a majority, but a very slim majority, right? What do you find has been helpful in trying to get things done across the aisle that maybe, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't have done, 5 years ago?
I think, we have to be able to identify, and I've always been, hold to this, that I think, we have to move in a bipartisan fashion. And in our state, I think that's incredibly important. I think we have to, pursue that goal. We don't always get there, and that's okay. But there has to be, I think, a new way of thinking in terms of building new coalitions, and how do we go about doing that. A lot of that is, in part building trust there, but finding those opportunities, and I know I use, kind of those pocketbook issues as one example, like things that cut across, cut across anything, whether, you know, I'm a Detroiter, whether you're in Detroit or you're in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, like things that people, you know, there's just that common overlap. So finding those issues and kind of building those cracks, so to speak, to create that. So I know we talked a little bit about gun violence prevention, but some other things like, you know, when I travel across the state, one issue that always comes up and for us is housing. Like, no matter what. Like, you know, I could be, again, on the east side of Detroit, or, you know, could be in Traverse City, Michigan. Housing it's one of those issues that, you know, you just say, okay, we have to figure out how to fix this. And I think those are those one-time opportunities where it helps to build some muscle memory to say that we can maybe build new coalitions to work together on those issues. Because us, at the end of the day, I think, I sincerely believe this, like we have to keep the trust of our institution, and for me in particular, the House, and by doing that, we have to get work done. We have to take action. There's no longer just sitting on the sidelines and hoping something kind of goes away. So when we do deal with the harder issues, at least we were able to take, you know, kind of a crawl, walk, run approach, and hopefully build out from there. It doesn't always work, but, you know, we kind of pursue.
But hard problems are solved through boring, slow, you know, collaborative, difficult work, right? This is the kind of thing that, so I love this idea.
Address our Truman member, Monique Alcala.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am so delighted to be here today to introduce our keynote speaker, Rachel Maddow, and then also moderate the Q&A portion of this conference in just a little bit. This is actually really special for me. I don't think I mentioned this to her whenever we were chatting back because I was kind of scared, but I did. I moved back to Austin like not a couple of years ago, and one was because my father was sick. And sadly, he passed away in October, but I remember him telling me a few years ago that he stopped watching the news because of all of the extremist rhetoric and all of the attacks on our country, except for Rachel's show. So when Truman asked me to do this, I was like, of course I am. I'm a huge fan, but also it's just incredibly extra special for me just because of that. So very thankful to Truman for asking me to do this. So let's go ahead and introduce our speaker. Rachel Maddow is the host of the Emmy Award-winning show, or the Rachel Maddow Show on MSNBC. It was the most successful show launched in MSNBC history, immediately boosting ratings in its time period when it debuted in September 2008. I'm sure most of you in the audience know how great the show is, I know I do, and how talented Rachel is. But did you know she's also the recipient of tons of awards and recognitions, like a bunch of Emmys, I mean, come on. And then she was also named Breakout Star by the Washington Post in 2008 whenever the show launched. And she was also named one of the top 10 political newcomers by Politico.com. Last year, along with former Maddow Show producer Michael Yarvitz, she executive produced and launched a podcast called Rachel Maddow Presents Ultra, an 8-part historical nonfiction series that explores the story of a 1944 Great Sedition trial. It even caught the attention of Steven Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment, which has since optioned the film rights for the podcast and will develop a feature film. Ultra is the second original podcast from Maddow and Yarvitz following their hit series Bagman, which earned the prestigious DuPont Columbia Award. In addition to all of this, Maddow is an author of several books, including Drift, The Unmooring of American Military Power, which debuted at #1 on the New York Times bestseller list in March of 2012, and Blowout, Corrupted Democracy, Rogue State Russia, and the Richest, Most Destructive Industry on Earth. Maddow received a bachelor's degree in public policy from Stanford University, and she earned her doctorate in political science at Oxford University, which she attended on a Rhodes Scholarship. She lives in New York City and Massachusetts with her partner, artist Susan Mikula. Let's welcome to the stage, Rachel Maddow.
Hi. I get nervous when I can see the humans to whom I am speaking. So these are my reading glasses, and you're just an amorphous blob. And I'm sorry. So any subtle motions are like, if something's happening, you're trying to get my attention, I need big movements. Thank you for that kind invitation or introduction. One of the things I don't do very often is give speeches, and that is in part because I get nervous seeing humans. But it's also because when I have given speeches in the past, I am never invited back. And that is because I give weird speeches. So this is your fair warning. This will be a weird speech. I'm sorry in advance. I can tell you right now, you're going to have no idea why I'm talking about most of the things that I'm talking about. It is a story about bad guys, but they are bad guys you haven't heard of and that don't necessarily matter to you. It says some unkind things about our namesake President Harry Truman, which is probably a bad choice for this room. But stick with me. It wraps around, and there are no commercials, and there is no guest. All right. 1789 was the French Revolution. Typical Maddow show start, right? 1889 was the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution, and there was a World's Fair that year. So naturally, they had Paris host it on the centennial. And what Paris built for the World's Fair in 1889 was the Eiffel Tower. And Parisians thought it was absolutely hideous. They were so glad it was only going to last for the duration of the fair. But that is how we got the Eiffel Tower. The World's Fair is also how we got the Space Needle in Seattle. Seattle has nothing to do with drug use. It had to do with the 1962 World's Fair. They built the Space Needle as a centerpiece for the fairgrounds for that year. And of course, we still have it today, and it is obviously awesome. We don't really do World's Fairs anymore, not in the same way we used to, but they were a really, really big deal for a long time. In 1939, the World's Fair was in New York, and that was the World's Fair where the world was introduced to some weird new thing called television. They debuted that at the World's Fair. Also nylon, also Viewmasters. You can judge amongst yourselves which of them has had a more important impact on America in the years since. That 1939 World's Fair stretched into 1940. And if you think about what was going on in the world at that time, there was an interesting reflection of it at that World's Fair. As Nazi Germany started invading country after country in Europe, and the national pavilions of all the invaded countries, one after the other, just started going black, just started taking themselves down. The first time we got those national pavilions at a World's Fair, where countries would have their own area at the fair to build things and show off what was great about their country, the first World's Fair that did that was one in Chicago in 1892. It was another anniversary. It was 400 years since Columbus sailing to the New World, so it was like discovery of America. They had all these really racist anthropological exhibits to show, what the world was like before white people got here. But they showed off the first ever Ferris wheel at the 1892 Chicago World's Fair. Chicago was super, super, super proud of how that World's Fair went, so much so that it, to this day, is on the Chicago city flag. Chicago's flag is like white with 2 blue stripes, and then it's got 4 red stars. One of the stars is for that World's Fair, like in perpetuity. It was that important to them, which is awkward because at that World's Fair, the mayor of Chicago was assassinated. Disappointed office seeker went to his house and killed him. They had to change the closing ceremony, so it was sad. Lots of things about that World's Fair make it stand out, but the national pavilions, where countries from all over the world would have their own country-specific lavish exhibits and build a thing to show off who they were, that was the real innovation that year. And that year, to represent the British Empire, the British colonies at that fair in Chicago, they constructed a huge thing, not like Eiffel Tower big, but big. It was a fake Buddhist temple, full-scale temple. They called it Ceylon Court, as in Ceylon, Sri Lanka. And it was a temporary building constructed just for the fair, but it was massive. It was 18,000 square feet, so like castle size. It was built with rare hardwoods. Not a single nail was used in the construction. It was all held together with pegs. It was a big, elaborate thing. It cost $1 million to build it in 1890s dollars, so it's like $33 million today, just for this big, beautiful but weird thing that was just for the fair, and then after the fair it was slated to be demolished. Which of course seems like a waste. At least it seemed like a waste to a rich real estate guy in Wisconsin. After that World's Fair was over in 1893, he paid to have this 18,000 square foot temple dismantled, packed onto rail cars, 24 different rail cars, shipped it to Wisconsin, and then had it rebuilt on the shores of Geneva Lake, in the town of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And once this big 18,000 square foot temple was assembled on the shore of the lake, the real estate guy decided he did not like it. And so he sold it to a rich Chicago banker. The rich Chicago banker then promptly sold it to the Maytag family, as in the Maytag washing machine family. They made this $1 million, 18,000 square foot fake hardwood temple held together with pegs, all taken from the World's Fair. They made it part of their estate in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, where it fit right in. Lake Geneva, by the 1920s and the 1930s, was just a real showcase for the ostentatiously rich of the Midwest. The Maytag Washington machine family had their huge fake Buddhist temple brought in by railcar from the World's Fair. The Wisconsin Historical Society will still, to this day, happily sell you postcard images of a big Sri Lankan temple incongruously perched on the banks of Geneva Lake. But other rich people in Lake Geneva had also bought and shipped the Denmark Pavilion from the World's Fair, also the Norway Pavilion. Also, for some reason, the state of Idaho had a whole building at that World's Fair, and somebody in Lake Geneva disassembled it, put it on the train, drove it to Lake Geneva, reassembled it, and they lived in the building. It was a thing. It was like Epcot Center. But this is a place where everybody was kind of outdoing themselves. You have the family that owned the Morton Salt Company. They built themselves a 13-bedroom mansion in Lake Geneva with 30-foot ceilings. The Crane family of the plumbing fixtures fortune, they built a 22-bedroom palace in Lake Geneva. There was a rich socialite novelist named Jane Eyre Fairbanks. She built a 40-room mansion there that was made to look like it was stamped out of gingerbread. Still today, we're coming, don't worry. Still today, Lake Geneva is among the swankiest addresses in that whole part of the country. They call it the Switzerland of America. There's a mansion in Lake Geneva on the market today it's like $35 million, and it comes with a whole separate house on the grounds that's just for the owner's model train set. So if that's you, and you have the money to spare, Lake Geneva is for you. But in the 1930s, Lake Geneva was definitely that era's equivalent of the show-off, lifestyles of the rich and famous kind of place. And it was also no Jews allowed. Lake Geneva is about 70 miles from Chicago, and in January 1941, the Lake Geneva Chamber of Commerce put an ad in the Chicago Daily News that said this. It said, "Come to the Switzerland of America, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Write the Chamber of Commerce for complete information, catering to a Gentile clientele." So real estate transactions were what they called restricted in Lake Geneva, which meant restricted to non-Jews only. And a lot of places were in that boat in the United States in 1941, but Lake Geneva was one of the only places that was advertising it explicitly. I mean, they were saying overtly in Chicago newspapers, "Come here, Chicago money. Here you can get away from the Jews." A few months after that ad ran in the summer of 1941, a New York magazine relocated its whole staff, its whole operation from Manhattan to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And the explanation offered by the editor was that New York City's mayor was too anti-German. The editor told Time magazine that he decided to move his magazine out of New York because of Mayor LaGuardia's yells that German bombers are coming. The decision was explained in blunter terms to a far-right newsletter called America in Danger. What they said about the move in 1941 was this. They said, for some weeks before we left New York, our mailbags were rifled. New York has a Jew postmaster and a Jew LaGuardia as mayor. That magazine that moved, their editor told another reporter that he wanted to get his magazine out of New York and into Lake Geneva specifically instead because there was about to be a civil war in the United States in 1941. He said as long as Roosevelt continued to drive America toward war against Hitler, Midwest farmers were going to rise up and lead a civil war, and they were going to win. Because Midwest farmers were the real heartland stock of America. They did not want to fight their blood in Europe. And the day was soon approaching when they would rise up, they would take up arms, overthrow the elites, overthrow the US government to keep America from fighting Hitler. So since that day was coming soon, he figured it was better to be in Wisconsin, which is going to be the winning side in the Civil War, particularly against the East Coast. And it's sort of overlooked now, even I think by people who are looking at the history of that time, but lots of the more radical Americans who didn't want us to fight in the Second World War predicted we would have a civil war here if Roosevelt did get us into it. And some of them were sort of saying publicly that they feared that that might happen, but some of them were plainly kind of rooting for that. So as the magazine moved from New York to Lake Geneva, you can see if you can find old copies of it, that it started to change as a magazine physically. It got kind of swanky. Its covers were glossy and printed in color, which was rare at the time because it was expensive. It was printed on really high-quality paper, which is a benefit for those of us looking at this history now because it survived, as opposed to pulpier publications that have dissolved over time. This is a magazine that was long. It had lots of pages. Also, interestingly, it had no visible means of support. It had no ads. It did have sort of PSAs telling readers like how to join their local America First Committee, which was a big mainstream organization advocating to keep America from joining World War II. But it didn't have anything that looked like a paid advertisement at all. How was it being funded? For a flavor of what the magazine was like, this is a magazine that put Charles Lindbergh on the cover and Henry Ford, politicians like the influential Republican Senator Gerald Nye. And the editorial slant was very aggressively and very emphatically that the U.S. shouldn't join the war, that neither Germany nor Japan was any threat to us, that we should be allied with them if anything. It was pointless for our allies to even try to fight Germany in particular, which was so much stronger than everybody else militarily. It also hinted and sometimes sort of flat out said, particularly in its cartoons, that maybe here in America it was just the Jews who were trying to get us into the war. Not because it was good for America, but because Jews always have their own nefarious purposes. Although there was no indication that there were all that many paying subscribers to this very fancy, expensive magazine, it was nevertheless printed and mailed out in huge quantities. In fact, the magazine was sent in bulk to U.S. Army bases and U.S. Army airfields and even to combat ships in port. This magazine was called Scribner's Commentator, and it showed up in bulk quantities on U.S. military posts as far afield as the Philippines and Alaska and the Panama Canal Zone. And every issue of this thing was like, Hitler's winning, possibly Hitler's right. U.S. has no hope in fighting against him, and certainly no reason to fight against him. It's being shipped out in bulk to U.S. troops in the field. Who was paying to produce this thing? Where was it coming from? In November 1941, so that same year, a special grand jury was convened in Washington to investigate the German government's secret propaganda operations inside the United States. And a writer for that magazine, for Scribner's Commentator, was subpoenaed to testify to the grand jury. There were questions for this writer about the distribution of the magazine, particularly because it was being sent to U.S. troops, questions about who was backing the magazine financially. When the writer got his subpoena, he went on the lam, and there was a national manhunt to find him. He eventually explained that he was on a sudden impulse vacation in the Deep South and had forgotten about the subpoena. He was later tried and convicted as a secret foreign agent who was on the payroll of the Japanese government. Publisher of the magazine was also invited to testify. When he was questioned as to how the magazine was funded, he had the world's most amazing story. He told the grand jury under oath that the way the magazine was funded, it's crazy, but you gotta believe me, was by anonymous gift-wrapped parcels of cash that were left as presents for him at his front door in Lake Geneva. He said on one occasion, he found inside his front hall, hurled through an open window, a parcel that was $15,000 in cash in $20 bills. It was all wrapped up like a present. He had no idea who threw it through his window. It was just laying there in the hall. Thank God he left his window open that night. Then it happened again, another $15,000, also in $20 bills, also wrapped up in gift wrap like a present, this time left just inside his front door in Lake Geneva. For perspective, $15,000 then would be about $300,000 today. And there was still more. He said one day in Lake Geneva, a man on the street walked up to him and without a word handed him a parcel, $3,000 in cash. Never seen the man before, didn't know who he was. The man didn't give his name, didn't say anything, just handed him the money and walked away. And that was how they paid for the magazine. It was amazing. He said another $6,000 found wrapped up like a present just sitting on his desk one day. He had a habit of leaving his door unlocked in safe Lake Geneva. And so, who knows? It could have been anyone. But that's how he said his expensive, glossy magazine was funded. Angels, maybe, right? Some sort of otherworldly benefactor. It was like winning the lottery without even playing. It's great. 4 times. The publisher explained to the grand jury that no, he was not curious about who was dropping off this cash. And he didn't see why the grand jury should see it as odd either. He explained that he was producing a magazine of such compelling quality that it didn't surprise him that anonymous benefactors would do this. But if it really was like, Santa leaving anonymous gifts at the Lake Geneva house to fund this magazine, the prosecutors who were leading the grand jury inquiry had questions they wanted to ask him about that. Because one of those big anonymous influxes of cash seemed to coincide with this publisher taking a trip to New York. In September of 1941, the guy left Lake Geneva, took a train to New York, checked into a hotel in New York, the Hotel Pennsylvania, stayed one night, then took the train back to Wisconsin the next day, and when he arrived back in Wisconsin, he went to the bank and deposited $15,000. So the prosecutor said to him in front of the grand jury, hey, in this case, it kind of doesn't look like Santa. It kind of looks like you went to New York and got 15 grand and brought it back here and put it in the bank. And he said, no, no, no. That whole trip to New York thing was just a lark. It was a big misunderstanding. It was a mistake. He insisted that actually that was just one of those gift-wrapped parcels of cash. It arrived like it always did, like a stork had dropped off a new baby. Just randomly dropped off at his house, and on that occasion, for whatever reason, it seemed like so much money, he thought, it's not safe to deposit in Wisconsin. I will buy a train ticket, take the money on a train ride to New York, put it in a New York bank, and come back here. And then when he said he got to New York, he changed his mind about it. He felt silly. So instead, he took the money on a return trip back to Wisconsin and deposited it there. That was his explanation. You will be shocked to learn it does not appear that his story was true. When the war was over in 1946, one of the prosecutors who had been investigating these Nazi propaganda efforts in the United States, he went to Germany to interview captured Nazis, because now the war was over, right? And these were high-ranking Nazi officials who had actually overseen the Hitler government's efforts to spread Nazi propaganda in the United States and to promote American fascist groups here. And so while he was in Germany, and he was doing this questioning, there were two Nazi officials who admitted, in fact, that they were Santa. They were the leprechauns. They were the storks, right? They had actually been providing funding from the German government in cash for that American magazine in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Also, for another broadsheet publication in Lake Geneva that took the same editorial line, but that was even more anti-Semitic. It was Nazi government-funded propaganda to try to undermine the American war effort, to promote fascism and especially anti-Semitism here, and to keep America from joining the war against the Axis powers. It was all based out of this rich, proudly anti-Semitic, no Jews allowed town in Wisconsin. One high-ranking Nazi official admitted to the prosecutor that he was the one who had approved the German government providing the funding. A second Nazi official testified that after his boss had approved it, he was the one who physically took it to the Hotel Pennsylvania and handed it over to that publisher that night in September 1941 when the prosecutors already knew that guy was there. It's a pretty good case, right? The prosecutor who collected that testimony from those Nazi officials, he came back to the U.S. and reported to the U.S. Justice Department that Lake Geneva, Wisconsin was hosting a magazine and a newspaper that were both funded by the Nazi government. The cash parcels that were used to fund the magazine so lavishly were not, in fact, just flying through the window on angel's wings. They had been delivered by Nazi officials working at the German consulate in New York. The prosecutor advised DOJ that it was his recommendation that, at the very least, the publisher who had testified about these gift-wrapped parcels to the grand jury, he should be put on trial, at the very least, for perjury. And he was put on trial for perjury. And DOJ did not take any chances with this case. They actually brought the Nazi witnesses from Germany to Washington to testify in this case. The guy who admitted hand-delivering the cash, the guy who admitted approving the cash deliveries, they were brought to testify at the trial, and this was core to the substance of the case, right? So the jury was to consider, basically, which is more likely? That this, it's kind of door number one, this pro-German, pro-Hitler, inexplicably lavish, expensive magazine was funded by random anonymous gift-wrapped parcels of money thrown through windows. Or door number two, was it more likely that it was funded by the German government when two officials of that government admit that it was them? Funded by magic leprechauns or funded by Nazis who admit they did it? Which is it? The jury chose door number one. Must be leprechauns. They acquitted the publisher of the magazine of perjury charges. The jury said they did not believe he lied when he explained to the grand jury his story about the gift-wrapped parcels of cash and random guys just handing him thousands of dollars on the street and walking away without a word. They decided that was real. So first of all, this is a true story. This happened in March. The trial was March 1947. The reason the jury acquitted this guy is because the defense convinced the jury that the Nazi witnesses must have lied in their testimony. According to the defense, the Nazis must have been tortured by the Americans when they were questioned in Germany. It was only because they were tortured that they gave this false testimony, falsely claiming that the German government had funded this magazine. Now, there is no evidence at all, other than the defense's claims, that this happened. But as a defense, it worked. The magazine guy really was acquitted. And if you widen the lens just a tiny little bit, you can see why that defense might have worked. As I said, the trial was held in March 1947. For a couple of months before that, in January, February of 1947, newspapers in the United States, dozens of newspapers, including prestige papers like the New York Times, had been running story after story after story about accusations that Nazi prisoners were being abused in American custody in Germany. Nazis were being tortured by American interrogators in Germany. The line was that the Americans were behaving worse than the Gestapo ever did. They were giving these Nazi war crimes defendants the third degree and accusing them of all sorts of things they never did and exacting false confessions from them by third-degree tactics. Those accusations were false. Americans were not doing that to German prisoners. But the allegations were very scandalous, and they got a lot of play in the press at the time. Those false accusations of Nazi prisoners being abused had been invented in Germany by pro-Nazi defense lawyers who were defending accused German war criminals. And I say they were pro-Nazi lawyers because they invented these allegations not just to try to get their clients off the hook. It was part of a broader strategy. They were trying more broadly to rehabilitate the image of the Nazis, trying to discredit the Americans and the Allies, trying to make it seem like the Allies and the Nazis were all equally bad. It was just victor's justice. It was just that the Germans had lost, and so they were now getting a bad rap. In the most sinister formulation, and this was argued not just in Germany, but also by Americans here at home, in the most sinister formulation of this argument, the claim was that Jewish American investigators and interrogators were inventing terrible claims about Germans out of spite. Jewish American servicemen were out to get German soldiers for revenge because of what the Germans had done to the Jews, and just because the Germans were Christian and Jews were terrible to Christians. And so the accusation was, under color of the US military, Jewish GIs were torturing innocent Germans for their own sadistic satisfaction. And that was all complete bull. But German defense lawyers and American defense lawyers sympathetic to the Nazi defendants, they all advanced these claims. And the accusations were amplified by the conservative press here in America and by Americans here at home, including some Americans serving in the United States Senate, who were trying to get political advantage out of it by attacking the army, by attacking the administration, by allying themselves with these scandalous false claims. And it all contributed in that moment in time, in sort of late 46 into 47, to this astonishing run of commuted sentences and de facto pardons for convicted Nazi war criminals in Germany, even though there really wasn't any evidence that Americans had been brutalizing Nazi prisoners. The accusations worked, though. And, after months of those false allegations circulating in the press and Congress, it helped collapse some of the Nazi war prosecutions in Germany. And this prosecution of this weird Nazi-funded magazine from Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, that prosecution in March 1947, it contributed to its collapse. It fell apart for the same reason. These false claims that the poor Nazis must have been mistreated by terrible American interrogators who were just out to get them. This deception to try to rehabilitate the image of the Nazis and smear the United States, particularly to smear Jewish Americans. It's a really ugly story. And in the moment, in March 1947, it was this big, embarrassing courtroom loss for the Justice Department. The magazine guys who had conspired with the Germans, who had taken orders from Berlin, who had so obviously been on the German payroll, they absolutely got away with it. Their editor went on to a long career at Reader's Digest after running this other magazine for the Nazis. By the end of his long career, he was retired and writing genteel, racist books about sailing to tropical islands. You can still get them today on eBay. The writer who was convicted as an agent for the Japanese, he did a short prison sentence and then went on to a long, influential career on the American hard right, promoting American support for apartheid and later Holocaust denial. The Nazi-funded propaganda operation that operated in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, in that rich, well-connected, deeply anti-Semitic town, that just disappeared from history. You can buy yourself a $35 million mansion there today with a separate house for your train set. The prosecutor, though, who uncovered all of this, who got this evidence and brought it back to America, what happened to him is he was fired by Harry Truman. Did I read the room wrong? I'm okay? All right. When this prosecutor had gone to Germany and questioned Nazi officials about the work they had done in the United States, the Americans they'd funded, the Americans they'd made plans with against the US government, that prosecutor came back to the US with a pretty good understanding of how Nazi Germany had operated inside our own country. He came back with a list of Americans who'd been on the German payroll or who had been working with them. And On that list of Americans were 24 serving U.S. senators and members of Congress. And on that list of serving senators was a Democratic U.S. senator who was a very close friend of President Truman. He'd been friends with him when President Truman was in the Senate himself. And that year, in 1946, President Truman had openly endorsed and campaigned for precisely one Democratic senator who was up for re-election. And it was his friend, this senator, whose name was Burton Wheeler. Well, that prosecutor's report on what he had discovered in Germany, what he had learned from captured Nazis, he brought it back to the U.S. The report was submitted to the Attorney General, whose name was Tom Clark, who'd go on to be a Supreme Court justice. The Attorney General appears to have told President Truman that his friend, Senator Wheeler, was on the list of Americans who had worked with the Nazis inside the United States. Senator Wheeler then went to the White House to pay President Truman a visit. And we know from White House records at the time that they had a 2-hour one-on-one meeting. At the end of that meeting, that same night, President Truman summoned his Attorney General and told him to fire the prosecutor, the guy who had written this Justice Department report, told the Attorney General to bury the report and keep it secret, even though the prosecutor had previously been told it would be made public. The Attorney General did so. That same night at midnight, he fired the prosecutor. And now today, with the benefit of hindsight, we know that despite lots of false claims at the time, Nazi prisoners were not systematically tortured or brutalized when they were held by U.S. forces after the war, let alone subjected to some kind of sadistic revenge plot by Jewish U.S. service members. It did not happen. Today, with the benefit of hindsight, we know that the Nazis were supporting pro-fascist efforts inside the United States. They were bankrolling pro-fascist authors and publications, supporting violent U.S. fascist groups who stockpiled weapons and planned to try to overthrow the U.S. government. Today, with the benefit of hindsight, we know that the Nazis did have Confederates inside the United States, including a surprisingly large effort that they ran in Congress using Nazi funds and Nazi agents. And we now know that those members of Congress were powerful enough, they had friends in high enough places, that they used their own political influence to get themselves excused from accountability, to get the people who had found them out fired. So how does this help us in a national security context today? I have 2 points on that, and then I will sit down. The first point is this. It would be great to know why President Truman did what he did. Why fire that prosecutor? Why order the burial of that report on Americans who had been working with Nazi Germany? We do not know the answer to that for sure because President Truman never explained himself on this point. And depending on how you're feeling about President Truman at the moment, you can come up with a range of potential explanations that range from sort of very, very bad to not quite as bad. I think the worst case explanation was one that was offered by a crusading newspaper columnist at the time, Drew Pearson, who did actually break a lot of factual truth about this story at the time, but he also suggested in one of his columns that maybe President Truman ordered this prosecutor fired because of a grudge, because that prosecutor had also had a hand in prosecuting the old corrupt political boss in Missouri to whom Truman owed his start in politics. And I don't think there's any evidence to support that that was President Truman's motivation. I've looked into it, and I don't think it's there. But in the absence of any explanation to the contrary, that one did circulate in the press at the time, first with Drew Pearson and then more widely, and that itself is bad, right? Leaving that out there, not offering a contrary reasonable explanation, that does feed people's lowest suspicions about why the government takes the actions that it takes. Corruption is bad. The appearance of corruption is also bad in terms of breeding cynicism about our democratic form of government. Another only slightly less bad explanation is that President Truman fired the prosecutor and buried his report in order to protect his friend, Senator Wheeler. This one I think there's strong support for. Senator Wheeler was Truman's friend. Senator Wheeler had been up to his neck in the Nazi scheme in Congress. Senator Wheeler was all over that prosecutor's report from Germany, and it was right after Senator Wheeler had met with Truman at the White House for 2 hours that Truman ordered the prosecutor fired. Senator Wheeler had also previously advocated to the Justice Department that they fire another prosecutor who had been working on this same investigation, which would make this the second time Senator Wheeler had used his political influence to get a prosecutor fired from this case, a case in which he himself was in the crosshairs for something very bad. And it's really bad that the Justice Department gave in to that kind of pressure that they did. And it's really, really bad that Senator Wheeler used that kind of pressure in the first place. It's also really bad if President Truman helped him do it. If President Truman's friendship with Senator Wheeler is why he did what he did, why he fired that prosecutor and buried that report, that is a conclusion that does not reflect well on President Truman. That said, there is also sort of a best-case scenario that you could conjure for him, which is that by late October 1946, when Truman had the prosecutor fired, the big marquee Nuremberg trials had actually just come to an end. The U.S. diplomat George Kennan had just sent his long telegram about the global ambitions of the USSR and the need for the United States to contain Soviet ambitions as a matter of existential importance. And so in pure national security terms, in late October 1946, maybe this wasn't the time to be prying open a big, ugly old can of worms about us and the Germans, and Americans with ties and sympathies on the Nazi side, particularly Americans in our government. I mean, it was very shortly after the end of World War II, but we were on by then to fighting communism as our first imperative in what would soon be called the Cold War. That was a war in which we wanted West Germany to be on our side as an ally, and so maybe that informed Truman's decision as well. We don't know. We don't know because he never explained himself. We know from files at the Truman Library that the firestorm of press criticism over what Truman did, over him firing that prosecutor, it had a lot of resonance with the public. There are thick stacks of angry letters and telegrams from members of the public and little civic groups all over the country expressing disgust to the president that he had stood up for this terrible senator, Burt Wheeler, disgust and anger that Truman had fired the prosecutor, demands that President Truman reverse his decision and let the prosecutor's report be made public. President Truman never responded. He never explained himself. He just bore the firestorm and let it pass. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine if it's one ephemeral scandal during a long presidency with a lot going on. One little firestorm that rages in the moment, but then ends. If you think of national security challenges as one-off challenges, if you engage each one as unique, as a product of its time, as inexorably tied to specific contemporaneous context, never to be repeated, then that's fine. Let it blow over. Don't explain it if you do not have to. But maybe 80 years down the road, at the conference of the Truman Center for National Policy, maybe in a admittedly weird speech, some nerdy American news person with arcane interests will be poring over your decisions again, looking for some help from history for today. Because maybe 80 years down the road, our country will once again be contending with hard questions about whether it's in the national interest to criminally investigate and prosecute high-ranking, influential political figures. Maybe we will once again be contending with questions about whether a politician steeped in scandal and voted out of office, which Burton Wheeler was in 1946, maybe we will be contending with whether that politician should be seen as punished enough by his political loss, or whether it would serve justice and the national interest to put him on trial for serious alleged crimes even after he left office. Maybe 80 years down the road, we'll be contending with questions of the propriety of Justice Department investigations into hostile foreign powers involving themselves with political contests and political figures in our own country. Maybe 80 years down the road, we will be facing what seem like new, hard questions about how much the public should be allowed to know about those investigations. what we should do with a report to the Attorney General laying out the findings of such a congressional investigation into a foreign power interfering in our elections and with our politics. When the Justice Department, under Roosevelt and under Truman, contended with ultra-right American zealots and paramilitary groups bent on overthrowing the U.S. government, and members of Congress who were sympathetic to them, as I was saying, when the Justice Department under Roosevelt and under Truman contended with ultra-right American zealots and paramilitary groups bent on overthrowing the U.S. government, and members of Congress who were sympathetic to them and didn't want them investigated or prosecuted, I'm sure they thought in the 1940s that that was a one-off, that that could never happen again. As such, government actions around those controversies, up to and including controversial orders by the president himself at the time, they went unexplained and undefended. Because I'm sure it seemed at the time those things were only of temporary interest, of temporary importance. They didn't need to stand the test of time. They were like buildings constructed just for the World's Fair. Who would ever think they'd still be standing? They'd still mean something to all of us all these years later. If we have learned nothing else in national security, let it be that there are no real one-offs. There are no black swan events. There was no one American fight against fascism. There will not be just one president or ex-president indicted. There have been many, and there will be more hostile foreign governments that, yes, interfered in our elections and in our politics. And there have been many, and there will be more Americans eager to help with that. Principled decision-making means not only responsibility to the full circumstances at hand in the moment. It also means there's a responsibility to the Americans 80 years from now who will be contending again with something like this mess that we're in today. At the risk of calling out the pitchforks and the torches in this room, I will leave you with this. Don't be like Truman in this case. If you're going to do something really controversial, like firing that prosecutor and burying that red-hot report, please explain yourself. Your country needs you to. If not now, then 80 years down the road. Thank you.
President of Policy and Programs, John Temin.
Hello again, folks. We are now at the final two sessions of the day, and we have a great 1-2 set of programming to end the day. It starts with a live recording of one of Vox's most popular podcasts, The Weeds, hosted by Jonquilyn Hill. And her guest today is someone known very well to Truman and to many of you, United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Make some noise for yourselves for coming out here today. Welcome to TrueCon 2023 and to our live taping of The Weeds, Vox's Policy and Politics podcast. I'm Jonquilyn Hill, and like a lot of you in the audience today, I'm a policy nerd. And I can't lie, the part of me that did Model UN back in high school is real excited right now. I'm thrilled to be joined today by a woman who doesn't need an introduction, but I will attempt to give one anyway. Before Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield began serving as the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, she had already retired from a nearly 4-decade career as a diplomat. During that time, she served as the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs and had postings in several countries, including Liberia, Kenya, and Nigeria. This only touches on a few of her many credentials, but for this conversation, I wanted to zoom in on the African continent and its role in geopolitics right now. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
So before we jump into the real meat and potatoes of the conversation, I want to address an elephant in the room, and that's that we are two Black people talking about foreign policy. And sadly, you don't see that all that often. How hopeful are you about diversity in the Foreign Service, and what steps need to be taken to get people from different backgrounds involved?
Well, thank you. And you know that has been a real priority for me throughout my career. One of the positions I served in was Director of Personnel, the Director General of the Foreign Service in the State Department. And really what we should do is what you did. It's model UN. It is getting out to communities, talking to young people so that they know that this is a career option for them. I didn't know it was a career option for me. I gave a speech at a high school recently for a graduation, and I told them I never had a me come and speak to my high school class. So I didn't know diplomacy was an option. Now they have that knowledge as they go off to college. And so again, I just think it's reaching out to young people at a young age, encouraging them, and for those of us who have already reached positions like I'm in, to mentor those who are coming behind. And I spend an inordinate amount of time mentoring young people who are interested in foreign affairs careers.
I want to pivot to Africa now. What's the big picture vision the Biden administration has for the continent? And in particular, I'm interested in what came out of the summit the president hosted and what comes next.
You know, Africa, and I spent most of my career in Africa, as you saw from my bio, and Africa is the new frontier. It is the last frontier. It is the continent that has, the only continent left that has all of the resources needed to make a difference in the future. They have a really strong youth population. The median age is 19. That young population will be populating jobs around the world in the future. Africa still has natural resources that have not been tapped, and those natural resources will be important as we look at what is needed in the future. So again, we felt when we hosted the Leaders Summit in December that we needed to reaffirm our commitment, our relationship, our partnership with the African continent. And I think we accomplished that, and we continue to work on that.
I want to zero in on one of the top stories right now, and that's Sudan. Prior to the current conflict, it really seemed like that country was on track to become a full-fledged democracy, going against a trend we're seeing across the globe towards autocracy. What do you say to critics who point the finger at the U.S. in this, particularly for working with the military and the rapid support forces?
Look, these two generals are responsible for this situation. The civilians, civil society really stood up for democracy, and we supported them. The United States backed their effort, and we backed the transitional government. And then two military guys who were fighting for power, fighting for their own ambitions, have now taken this country 10 steps backward. And we need to get back to a situation where civilians are leading the process. There's a transition that have civilians in leadership roles and supporting this country's move toward democracy. It's easy to blame the UN, to blame the United States, to blame the world. The blame is on the shoulders of these two individuals who started this conflict, and they can end it, and they should.
What role do you see the U.S. playing in ending that conflict? Do you see the U.S. playing a role in ending that conflict?
Absolutely. We are engaged in trying to find a solution bringing the two parties to the negotiating table, pushing the efforts and supporting the efforts of the region to take leadership on this situation. And we're expected to play that role. So it is something where those parties who are engaged want to have the U.S. Involved.
In what way do you see the U.S. playing that role, though? Like, what are the actions that we could or should be taking?
Well, you may know that just yesterday we announced sanctions on the two leaders. We have put some travel restrictions out, visa restrictions on individuals who are involved in this violence. And I think that is the first step toward accountability, because people do want accountability when you have a situation like what we see happening in Sudan. And they look to the U.S. to lead on the accountability front. But we've also worked hard to help to find a solution that will lead to a ceasefire so that humanitarian assistance can get in. And again, we're the largest contributor to humanitarian programs in Sudan, but all over the world. And this is something that is very much appreciated by the people of Sudan, but I also think others around the world who watch us as we engage on these issues.
I want to get into another top story. Some African nations have decided to remain neutral when it comes to the war between Russia and Ukraine. African countries made up about half of the abstentions during a UN vote to condemn Russia, and leaders from 6 African nations are set to meet separately with Presidents Putin and Zelensky. What do you see as these nations' possible role in that conflict?
You know, the 6 nations who have offered to be involved in trying to find a peaceful solution, this is something we support. All of us want peace, but peace will start with Russia. Russia started this unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. Russian troops are inside of Ukraine, and this war will end tomorrow if Russia pull their troops out and stop the fighting. So for us, and we've been clear on that, you cannot be neutral when there's an attack on the very values that we all hold dear, that are founded in the UN Charter, that we all signed on to. Russia has broken all of those rules, and until they stop this fighting and until they engage on finding a solution, we won't have one. And our position has also been clear that there cannot be negotiations, there cannot be peace without Ukraine. We can't do this without Ukraine. Ukraine has to be part of the discussions, and we've encouraged all of these countries who have expressed an interest in finding a peaceful solution to also engage with Ukraine.
I want to dig into South Africa in particular. Putin was recently invited to the country, and there are credible allegations that South Africa supplied arms to Russia. Did this come as a surprise to you?
We have a strong partnership with South Africa. It's a partnership that we have worked over many, many years to reaffirm. But we're also clear that any support to Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine is unacceptable. We're not telling South Africa what their foreign policy should be, so their decision on President Putin is their decision. But Putin is a war criminal. Putin has been convicted, he's being prosecuted by the ICC. And the accountability for him being the leader of what has been a consistent and high level of human rights violations against the Ukrainian people, I think has to be taken into account by any country who makes the decision, that will make the decision to engage with him.
Why are we seeing these countries sort of straddle the fence when it comes to Ukraine and Russia? Is it that the West hasn't given them a compelling argument? Is it something else? What's going on?
You know, I can't speak for these countries. We don't tell countries what their foreign policy should be. As I said earlier, what we can say is if you believe in sovereignty, if you believe in the integrity of borders, if you believe in the UN Charter, then you can't support Russia. The decisions that countries have made, and actually it's only been about 6 countries total that have voted with Russia. The vast majority of countries, 140 plus, have voted against Russia in the 2 resolutions that we put forward. And some countries have made the decision to abstain, and they have to explain that themselves.
Speaking of South Africa, that nation has been very vocal about UN Security Council reform, namely adding permanent members from the continent. President Biden has come out in support of this. I'm curious what you think of the possible additions and also why we're seeing the shift now.
Well, you're seeing the shift now because we made the shift. I gave a speech in September in San Francisco that outlined our vision for UN Security Council reform and how we will intend to move forward. President Biden gave a very well-watched speech during High Level Week later in September, in which he announced that the U.S. would support additional permanent and non-permanent members of the Security Council, the elected members, and that the U.S. would support additional permanent members from Africa, from Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as other parts of the world. That's actually ramped up the conversation on UN reform. I have continued over the course of the past few months with what I've called a listening tour among all of the countries and regions in the UN to get their ideas, their solutions, their recommendations, and we will be looking at those over the course of the next months to see what our next steps ought to be on UN reform. But again, countries are watching the U.S., and I think South Africa is also watching what we're doing and what we're saying as they look at what they would like to see in terms of UN reform.
So the U.S. and China share an interest in Africa, and like you said before, it's rich in resources, it has a large and young population, and it has soft power too. You know, there are so many music artists and movies coming out of Africa. If you grab my phone right now, I'm probably listening to Burna Boy. Like, they're everywhere. But meanwhile, China has made real inroads on the continent. In regards to infrastructure, there's the Belt and Road Initiative. China set up telecom infrastructure in over 30 countries. There are exchange students for programs. There are exchange programs for students. Are you worried at all about China's influence on the continent?
Our Africa policy is our Africa policy. It is not about China. It is about our partnership with Africa, and our partnership is long-term. We've been on this continent since the beginning, and I always refer to the fact that we have a diaspora here in the United States. China does not have an African diaspora living in China. There are people who are American citizens who have backgrounds and touch every single country on the continent of Africa. Our relationship on that continent is strong, and we're working to build that relationship and make it even stronger. And we think we're making progress. We're not telling African countries they shouldn't have a relationship with China. They shouldn't trade with China. We trade with China. But we want to ensure that the partnership that we build with the continent, with the people of Africa, is a long-term partnership, a long-term relationship that African people will benefit from as a result of that relationship.
How is the U.S. navigating the overlapping interests when countries want to work with both the U.S. and with China?
It's fine. We're not telling African countries they shouldn't work with China. They should work with countries And they can choose to work with countries that meet their interests. And if they're able to work with China and meet the goals that they have, we're not telling them not to do that. Our policy is about what we do with Africa. And if you look at programs like PEPFAR, the Malaria Initiative, what we have done in the area of HIV and AIDS on the continent of Africa, AGOA, those relationships are very, very strong. And I think if you ask, and I've seen some surveys that have been done, if you ask ordinary Africans what their preferences are, they will clearly state those preferences are to be aligned with the United States.
So, a critique that not just the US, but the West in general gets is that they don't really pay attention to Africa until something happens. And it's arguable that that's partially why China and, to an extent, Russia have been able to form relationships the way they have. I'm curious, what are some ways the U.S. has misstepped in Africa in the past, and what's the plan for course correction and building a closer relationship with the continent?
I would turn that question around. Again, our relationship with the continent is long-term. I went to Africa first in 1976. I'm an Africanist. I spent my whole career in Africa. It annoys me when I hear people say, we ignore Africa. And then I want to know what I've been doing for 40 years. And I'm not the only one. We pay attention to this continent. We engage with the continent. We engage with the people of Africa. And it didn't just start when the Chinese came on board. The Chinese came late. They're new to this continent. We've been there since day one. We were the first country to recognize Ghana in 1957 when they got their independence. And if you look across the board, we have been engaging in the continent. Now, yes, we are there when there's trouble, because your friends need you even more when there's trouble. There is a famine budding in the Horn of Africa. Because of U.S. funding, we were able to avert that famine last year. We gave almost $2.5 billion to the Horn of Africa to avert the famine. And this is something that the Chinese can't. It's soft power, but it saves lives. And Africa knows when they are in trouble, we will be there. And we're not fair weather friends. We are friends who are there in bad times and in good times.
I want to look at another country as well. Here in the U.S., it's June 2nd, it's Pride Month. We're going to see so many parades, so many celebrations. But in Uganda, there's been news. Uganda has been in the news for its anti-LGBTQ laws. What are your thoughts on the rising anti-gay sentiment on the continent?
It is worrisome. You saw the president's statement on Uganda, what Uganda has done criminalizing homosexuality, really going against all the rights of the LGBT community is unacceptable. And it's happening all over the world. It's not just in Africa. We've seen it in other places in the world as well. And the U.S. has made a strong stand against these laws, against criminalizing LGBT, against imposing death sentences on people because of who they love. So we've been clear across the board. Uganda is the latest, but it is not the first. And we have to continue to engage on this issue wherever we see it, everywhere in the world.
I want to turn the proverbial mic over to the audience now. We have some audience questions that we collected prior to this. Arthur asks, should the United States be preparing for a multipolar world or securing our dominant position on the international stage?
We are in a multipolar world. And we have worked to ensure that we are continuing to take a leadership role in that world. This is something that the world asked for. For the few years that we stepped away from multilateralism, when we stepped out of the Human Rights Council, we were missed. And the day we came back, people applauded. They want U.S. leadership. So our leadership is welcomed, but we also want to work with other partners in a world that has changed. This is not the world of immediately after World War II. This is not the world 70 years ago when the UN was created. This is why we support UN reform, and this is why we think that the UN should be, and the Security Council should be more representative.
I want to get to a question from Corey, who asks, with the rise of authoritarianism around the world threatening democracy, how are you countering foreign propaganda and disinformation that oftentimes can change elections around the world and impact our national security by creating false narratives around pandemics, human rights, climate security, and fragile democratic institutions?
You know, that's a question we should ask we should all ask ourselves. Because it is a problem that we're seeing around the world, but we still see the fact that in most places around the world, people want democracies. They want their governments to deliver, and they see that when there's a strong democracy, that democracy can deliver for their people. But I do think we have to ramp up our own narratives. We have to ramp up what we are doing around the world so that people know and they don't buy into the false narratives that are being perpetuated.
Marielle asks, how is the UN Security Council and the broader UN system adapting and incorporating emerging technologies, like AI for instance, to address issues of human rights, peace and security, and sustainable development? What are the opportunities and risks of this for the UN's work and its workforce?
You know, we had something called an ARIA formula meeting. It's an informal meeting of the Security Council where we talked about cybersecurity and how technology can be used for good and try to understand how it is being used for bad. So this is something that we're all working on. The Secretary General has just appointed a new cyber envoy, and we're working very closely with him as he tries to address some of these issues. We talk about women's peace and security, and in the context of women's peace and security, we have also looked at how technologies can be used for good and try to understand how it's being used for bad as well. So this is something that is definitely a high priority for us, and we will continue to improve our abilities in this area.
Barbie asks, with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals Summit this September, where does the U.S. stand to rescue the SDGs by 2030, and how is the administration working with Congress to make the U.S. a leader in fulfilling this multilateral commitment?
You must have read some talking points I had recently where I've said we are ramping up our efforts to support the implementation of the SDGs. It includes working with Congress to ensure that we have the support from Congress to do the necessary work that we see will need to be done over the course of the next few months and years. I think the SDG Summit that is taking place in September will be a key watermark for us on where we are and what else we need to do to make sure that we get there by 2030.
How hopeful are you about getting Congress on board? I mean, we're in such a polarized time right now.
You know, it's hard work, but it's work that has to be done. I think we have had members of Congress who've been very supportive of these efforts on both sides. But again, it is something that we have to continue to work on.
All right, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
And thank all of you for joining this live taping of The Weeds. Give it up for yourselves. You can find new episodes every Wednesday wherever you get your podcasts.
Please welcome back to the stage the President and CEO of the Truman Center for National Policy, Jenna Ben-Yehuda.
How are we doing so far? Are you still with us? It's not a Truman Conference without hundreds, if not thousands of gallons of coffee. We supply it. It's your obligation to drink it. So thank you for sticking with us. What a day, huh? And I learned some things about Geneva, Wisconsin that I never knew and maybe wish I didn't. But a cautionary tale, to be sure, and a good reminder that history is all around us. Speaking of history, that was a fantastic conversation between Ambassador Thomas Greenfield and Jonquilyn. Thank you so much again, Jonquilyn. And the entire the entire team at Vox for partnering with us. This is year 2 together working with Vox, and they've been tremendous. We are not done with Ambassador Thomas Greenfield yet, because now we get to what is one of, I think, the most special and cherished parts of our TrueCon tradition, which is the presentation of our award for exceptional moral courage in public service. Every year at TrueCon, we give this award to recognize a public servant whose values have led them to do what's right, even when doing so might have been unpopular or posed personal risk. We've been thrilled to present this award to Lieutenant Colonel, now retired, Alexander Vindman, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, and last year to our very own United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield. Our tradition, which makes for very challenging scheduling, as you might imagine, is for the previous recipient to present the award to the newest honoree. And we're very glad to continue that tradition this year. So, without further ado, let me welcome back again to the stage Ambassador Thomas Greenfield.
I can't really see you all with all this light. Let me thank President Ben-Yehuda for that reintroduction. You know, I was honored last year to receive this prestigious award at the time from Mayor Bowser. It really was a true honor. It is now my great honor to pass the baton of the Truman Award for Exceptional Moral Courage in public service to Representative Jamie Raskin. Representative Raskin has one of the most remarkable careers in public service in this country's history. For more than 25 years, he served as a constitutional law professor at American University. There, he taught some of our nation's brightest minds the nitty-gritty details of the highest laws of our land. He also co-founded the Marshall Brennan Constitutional Literacy Project, which now boasts 20 chapters around the country, all working with high school students to teach them about their constitutional rights. And he served as state senator in Maryland for a decade, where he took on issues of statewide importance, from the death penalty to the fight to legalize same-sex marriage. Representative Raskin was elected to Congress in 2016, and his meteoric rise afterwards was born not from ambition, but from a deep sense of service. This personal and political trauma collided. Then personal and political trauma collided. Jamie lost his remarkable 25-year-old son, Tommy, to depression. The day after Tommy's burial, January 6, 2021, Jamie was in the Capitol with one of his daughters and his son-in-law when the insurrectionists attacked. The title of Raskin's book on the subject sums it up in one word: unthinkable. And yet Raskin was armed with Tommy's last words, his specific instructions to look after each other, the animals, and the global poor. And that is exactly what the congressman has done. In fact, he has been one of our country's most prominent and powerful defenders of democracy and all the good it does in the world. As the lead impeachment manager for the Senate trial of President Trump, Raskin brought together a sober, compelling, and dutiful case. He took the time to lay out the facts and not only ensured the public knew exactly what happened, but gave us the gift of the truth so that we could process and heal. For his brave efforts to stand up for the Constitution and everything we hold dear, the New Yorker declared him Person of the Year. Representative Raskin has continued that work on the United States House Select Committee on the January 6th attack, bringing his deep constitutional expertise to bear on the role of far-right extremists in inciting the coup on our Capitol. As if this were not enough, late last year, Jamie was diagnosed with lymphoma. We would have understood if he had said enough was enough, that he had served his country well, and that he needed to focus on healing. But Jamie kept serving. After the chemotherapy took his hair, he kept showing up, asking questions, holding investigations, writing legislation, and serving his constituents, all in his fashionable bandanas. He has one on today. And we were all relieved and grateful when last month he rang the bell and announced the cancer was in remission. Let's give him a hand of applause. Last year, during my own acceptance speech for this award, I said that the greatest challenges inspire the greatest courage. I can think of no one who has faced greater challenges or who has inspired greater courage than Jamie Raskin. Jamie, I admire you so much. You are bravery in human form, and it is truly a privilege to present you with this award.
Well, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, thank you for those lovely remarks, and I want to thank the Truman Center for this high honor. I am moved beyond measure and certainly beyond justification to receive this award, but I must confess that I'm filled with... I didn't know if the hecklers or the music was going to get me first. I'm filled with some dissenting thoughts that I just wanted to articulate by way of accepting this award. And the first is that in
an existential and psychological sense, I didn't really experience myself as having any choice in doing the things that I did in the kind stories that the ambassador told. I felt much more a sense of historical and political and psychological necessity and inevitability. And the thought of courage didn't really come to mind. And I suppose I walk around with the values that I was raised with and I was educated on, as we all do. And my dad used to say to us kids when we were growing up, when everything looks hopeless, you're the hope. And so what you generously described as courage might be better described as guilt, or perhaps a certain kind of civic self-respect, or maybe even more extravagantly, a certain kind of pride in our democracy and our Constitution, and a sense of indignation that people would purport to trample them. But more fundamentally, I think that moral courage in political life is far better seen in collective terms than individual terms. And I do see extraordinary courage in the work of the January 6th committee and our amazing staff, in the 232 Democratic and Republican members of the House of Representatives who assembled to vote to impeach Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union 1 week after our chamber was stormed, and the 9 members of the House impeachment team who went over to the Senate and worked through the nights to deliver the evidence of that high crime and misdemeanor, and then the 57 Democratic and Republican members of the Senate who delivered the most sweeping bipartisan vote in American history to convict a president for committing crimes against the Republic. And above all, I see real moral and political courage in the civilizing movements of American history, in the millions of people who fought for all of the moral progress that's codified and built into the fabric of our Constitution. If you read the Constitution the way that I do, then the vast majority of the amendments we've had since the original Bill of Rights were democratizing, suffrage extending, civilizing amendments to the Constitution. So the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, and the 14th Amendment gave us equal protection and due process, and the 15th Amendment banned race discrimination in voting, and the 17th Amendment shifted the mode of election of our senators from the legislatures to the people, and the 19th Amendment doubled the franchise in America by giving women the right to vote, and the 23rd Amendment gave people here in Washington, D.C. the right to participate, at least in presidential elections. The 24th Amendment banned poll taxes in our elections, and the 26th Amendment lowered the voting age to 18 in the country. So the overwhelming trajectory of our national determination, embodied in the preamble of the Constitution, to form a more perfect union, has been towards this magnificent progress, making us the world's greatest multicultural, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious constitutional democracy on the planet Earth. That's who we are, and you can read the record of it, the chronicle of it, in the Constitution itself. And I would go further, and I would follow Lincoln in saying that the nation began not really with the Constitution, which was flawed in many ways because of the fateful compromise at the beginning with slavery, but rather with the Declaration of Independence, which set forth the unalienable rights of the people, the radical principle of the democratic consent of the governed, and then the founding idea that all men, and we would say today women, are created equal. And if we ask in what sense all of us are created equal, when we know some are born wealthy and some are born impoverished and some are born in great mansions and some are born homeless, and some are born tall, and some are born short. With all of these different social and natural endowments, in what sense are we all born equal? Well, we are all born equal in terms of our moral capacity. All of us can choose to do good or to do evil. All of us can choose to stand with the small d Democrats of the world or with the autocrats, the kleptocrats, the plutocrats, and the theocrats. All of us can choose to act with solidarity and compassion or with cruelty and snobbery and indifference. All of us can choose whether to advance a public philosophy which says that government must be an instrument of the common good in every society, or the government should be an instrument for private self-enrichment for the people who get into public office and for their families and for their friends and for their political self-entrenchment. I know a story about Jimmy Hoffa, which my dad once told me, which really crystallizes this point about the necessity of moral choice. And Hoffa, was subpoenaed to go before the Senate subcommittee on racketeering and organized crime, and I think it was Bobby Kennedy, who was one of the counsels on the committee, who said to him something to the effect of, well, Mr. Hoffa, you know that as the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and the Secretary General of the Mid-Atlantic Teamsters Pension Fund and all of these offices, that a man of your great office and power is capable of doing both very great good and very great evil. And Hoffa leaned into his microphone and he said, I intend to live up to both of my responsibilities. So it's up to us, are we going to live up to our responsibilities to do good and evil, or just our responsibility to do good? And this is what matters, and this is why we are all, in fact, in our great country, created equal. We get to choose. Finally, the talk of moral courage makes me a little uncomfortable as an elected official, because everyone understands how the complexity of making political choices in a radically unjust and violent world, and the structural necessity of making short-term legislative compromises, and the long-term demands of active moral engagement and social progress collide constantly every day in our public life. None of us can get it right every time. And it's often impossible even to fully understand the moral consequences and meanings of our actions until long after they've taken place. To act in politics is, by definition, to take responsibility not only for advancing your ideals, but also for trying to confront in different ways the many threads of injustice and cruelty that make up the fabric of our world. And I'll give you an example of this. I'm a member of Congress who's been an ardent champion of the people of Ukraine in their extraordinary struggle to defend their national sovereignty and their democracy against the lawless and bloody imperial aggression of Vladimir Putin. And I believe that the democratic nations and movements of the world and everyone supporting freedom and human rights and the rule of law have a deep interest in repelling and ending Russia's atrocity-filled aggression against the Ukrainian people. Ukraine must win in its struggle for freedom and democracy today. We are all invested in that. And I've strongly advocated and voted for every form of assistance to Ukraine, economic, financial, military, security, strategic, humanitarian, diplomatic, and most of it has been in the form of military and security assistance. Billions of dollars to fight a just and defensive war against Putin's bloody attack on the people of Ukraine. And yet, the fact that I'm a passionate champion for President Zelensky and Ukraine's side in Putin's war does not mean that I favor the unjust wars that we have fought and initiated, like the war in Iraq, which was built on lies. It caused hundreds of thousands of casualties. It cost the American people more than $1 trillion. And it expanded the power of the tyrannical theocrats of Iran, not just in Iraq, but throughout the region. So the fact that I favor military and strategic assistance to Ukraine against Putin's invasion does not mean I support a blank check for what President Eisenhower called the military-industrial complex, and I have repeatedly voted against military budgets that are bloated, opaque, filled with waste and fraud, and are far removed from the defense of the land, the people, and the allies of the United States. In this sense, if you believe in just wars of defense, as I do, but you also understand, as our founders did, the dangers to liberty posed by bellicose militarism and imperial aggression, then intellectual honesty compels us to articulate the fact that war remains a dangerous threat to humanity, and that war, as I hope Vladimir Putin is coming to realize every single day, doesn't really work anymore as an instrument of social domination of other peoples, much less as an instrument of effective policy making, if it ever did. But the difficulty of acting effectively and unjustly in a world still beset by frightful violence and militarism does not make our ethical imperatives and guideposts irrelevant in politics or in the conduct of foreign and domestic policy and defense policy. On the contrary, it makes these principles absolutely central. When I first got into politics back in 2006, I was running for the state Senate, and I went out on my front porch in a sub-freezing January morning, and I laid out everything that I wanted to do, like pass marriage equality, abolish the death penalty in our state, pass America's first national popular vote law, decriminalize marijuana, and enact tough anti-drunk driving laws. And a woman came up to me afterwards, and she said, "Jamie, I loved your speech, great speech, but one thing, take out everything you've got in there about gay marriage, because it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Even the gay candidates don't talk about it. And it makes you sound like you're really extreme, like you're not in the political center." And this was an early moment of truth for me in my first campaign, because this kind woman had been standing for an hour in freezing cold weather, and I certainly didn't want to offend her. I didn't have that many attendees with me that day at my kickoff rally. And my 3 kids were there, and I remember my son Tommy looking at me to see how I would answer. And I sort of had an epiphany at that moment. I said, I want to thank you for telling me that, because it made me realize it's not my ambition to be in the political center, which blows around with the wind. It's my ambition to be in the moral center. And that's why I call myself a progressive. Our job is to find what's right, the best that we can, and then to bring the political center to us. And that's my vision of what politics is. In that campaign, my favorite story is when I first announced, one of the local political commentators from our local newspaper in Montgomery County said that Raskin's chances of victory are considered impossible, because I was running against a 32-year incumbent who was the president pro tem of the Senate and the boss of our local political machine. And he said Raskin's chances of victory are considered impossible. And 9 months later, we got 67% of the vote. And there was another article in the Washington Post quoting a pundit who said Raskin's victory was inevitable, because the pundits are never wrong, So we went from impossible to inevitable in 9 months. But I like to tell the young people in our democracy summer program, that in politics, nothing's impossible, nothing's inevitable, everything is just possible through the democratic arts of education and organizing and mobilizing people for change. And I was delighted that when I went to the state Senate and I spent a decade there, we were able to get done every single thing that I said I wanted to participate in announcing my candidacy. And then I ran for Congress, and I was elected the same night Donald Trump was elected president of the United States. And I came to Congress, and I'm very proud of the things that our majority accomplished in the 117th Congress, like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and dramatic reductions in the cost of prescription drugs in the Medicare program and a record historic investment in climate action and all of that. But the truth is, for most of my time since I've assumed federal office, I've been involved in the work of defending constitutional democracy, defending the rule of law, defending the freedoms contained in the Bill of Rights. And so in politics, sometimes you play offense and sometimes you play defense. But the key thing is not to be shy about your convictions. I once had a very brief conversation with Karl Rusesabagina, who was the manager of the Hôtel des Mille Collines in Rwanda, the subject of the movie Hotel Rwanda, about the Hutu genocide against the Tutsis that took place back in 1994. And he and his family were responsible for saving more than 1,000 people's lives. And I got the chance to ask him a question, and I said, you know, what was the difference between you and the people who didn't act to shield people and protect people during the course of the genocide? And he said, the answer just astonished me. I've never been able to forget it. He said, a lot of people walk around with guilt and shame about something that they've done in their past, and that makes them feel that they can't do anything good in the present. It paralyzes them. But I realized, although I had done some things I wasn't proud of in my life, that I still had the power to act to help a lot of people now. You don't have to be perfect in order to do good. What a powerful lesson that is. Yeah, how many people do feel disabled by virtue of something that they've done in the past or something that's happened to them? And what he was saying was, you can't let that stand in the way of your doing the things that the world needs you to do now. I came across a passage in Rousseau's Confessions, which echoes this thought. He said, how often audacity and pride are on the side of the guilty, and shame and embarrassment are on the side of the innocent. So don't be overly ashamed and embarrassed just because you're one of the good people and you did something wrong once or something bad happened to you. We need you out there fighting hard. Ben Franklin said, if you make yourself a sheep, the wolves will eat you. But don't make yourself a sheep. Fight hard for the achievements of civilization. Fight hard for the achievements of constitutional and political democracy in America. It's not incumbent upon you to finish the work, the Mishnah says, but neither are you free to evade it. I'll close with the words of two great Americans. One, a Marylander, Frederick Douglass, born about an hour away from here on a slave plantation at the Wye River plantation. And he escaped from slavery to become one of America's great freedom fighters, a leader through the Civil War and the Reconstruction. And Douglass said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. The struggle may be moral or material, or moral and material, but there must be struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. So there's a message to you from a great Marylander from the 19th century. And I'll leave you with the words of the great Tom Paine, a moral visionary, a globe-trotting Democratic patriot who had some things in his background he wasn't proud of, but he went on to write the pamphlet that would take America by storm and kick off the American Revolution. He arrived in our country just 2 years before the Revolution and fell in love with the promise of America. You know, he said that America, if it realized its destiny, he said, would become an asylum to humanity. Not an insane asylum, mind you, but a place of refuge for people fleeing from political, religious, and economic oppression from all over the world. But in 1776, when the revolution was happening and, you know, people weren't sure whether you could really make democratic self-government work, whether you could really found a nation based on the idea of the rights of the people instead of the divine right of kings. And so Paine, in this pamphlet called The Crisis, wanted to write something that would give people heart, that would encourage them. So I'm just going to update the language a little bit at the instruction of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, because she said that Tom Paine was a feminist, and that he was, and he wouldn't mind. So, but But he wrote these words. He said, "These are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country, but everyone that stands with us now will win the love and favor and affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory." So let's make that victory ours, and thank you very much.
Congressman Raskin, thank you. You have, as the saying goes, taken us to church and synagogue, and maybe also to law school a little bit this afternoon with your remarks.
Well, they say you can take the law professor out of the classroom, but, you know.
And I got here without the LSAT, so thank you for that. And also for, I mean, this is constituent services if I've ever seen it. So as a Montgomery County resident, also thank you for being here. We get to have a conversation here for a few minutes, and we'll invite all of you to join in. And so you've got hopefully a really good question you've been thinking about today, because we had an earlier panel on political polarization. We have members in the Truman community who themselves are fighting neo-Nazis online and in person and bringing them to court. And there are a lot of nasty folks kicking around out there, it turns out. And extremism feels closer than it has for many of us in our lifetimes. Just in Montgomery County, we've talked about all the swastikas that appear constantly, it seems. And it feels like a part, certainly, of the day job of state, local, and national electeds. So you talked a little bit about some of the legacy of history. What do you say to people about where to start when it feels so big?
So, thank you for the question. The first thing is that you know, when I went to college, we were taught about American exceptionalism, you know, and having lived through January 6th and seen what the plans were for staging a political coup against the election, overturning the election, and having seen the violent insurrection and people chanting, hang Mike Pence, and where's Nancy, and so on, I came to believe that what I learned about American exceptionalism was wrong. America is not exceptional because we're immune to fascism or we're immune to racism. I think this is Rachel Maddow's point. America's exceptional just because we have ideals that were articulated even in the breach at the beginning and have been articulated through successive social and political movements, insisting that this is a country that belongs to everybody. That's what makes us so exceptional. And, you know, I've been thinking about courage ever since you guys, you know, sent me your letter. And I was checking out John F. Kennedy's Profiles of Courage. And there's kind of a myth that runs through that book. And the myth is that people only show conviction or courage when they're going against the grain of the majority. So every case that he had of a senator or representative who was a paragon of courage was somebody who went against their party. And I agree that that can be one demonstration of courage, but I think that we need to praise people who act with conviction and courage even when they go with the majority. The vast majority of the American people reject insurrection and treason and violent coups against the government. And we need people standing up for the majority against the tyranny of the minority today. And that's something, you know, because there were lots of threats against different people, a lot of my colleagues, and that's not to take anything away from, you know, Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger, who showed extra conviction and extra courage in what they did. But everybody who stands up for democracy and human rights and law, you know, should be embraced for doing that. And so, I think that we have to use the word fascism because it's obviously a loose all over the world today, with all of its attendant ideological, viruses, racism and anti-Semitism and misogyny, and all those things are out there. But that gives us all the opportunity to go and fight for the things that we believe in every single day. And, I tell the young people, they're growing up in a much tougher time than I grew up in, much tougher, but they also have the opportunity to prove their love for the things they believe in.
Just recently, we started getting some convictions, some sentencing, big news surrounding the January 6th insurrection, of course. Can you talk a little bit about, especially in your role having served as impeachment manager, what these convictions mean for the conversation and where it goes from here and why they're so important?
Well, the convictions are remarkable. Hundreds and hundreds of convictions now, more than 1,000 cases brought. They show that the American system of justice and the rule of law and the presumption of innocence and proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt before a jury of your peers works. Our justice system works in America. And, there are people who would like to say that, and you know who they are, I don't have to name them, well, it's all political. It's whether it's my judge or your judge, a Democrat judge or a Republican judge, and all that stuff's out the window. Our justice system is working in these cases, which is why people are so vehemently denouncing them. That's one thing it proves. And the other thing I think it proves is the complete nonsense of claims being made about the Second Amendment. Now, why do I say that? Because pretty much every day that we have any discussion about gun violence or the most recent gun massacre or the Second Amendment, I've got colleagues who get up and they say, the purpose of the Second Amendment is to allow the people of the United States to overthrow the government. And everybody knows that that's the purpose of the Second Amendment, even though the Second Amendment doesn't say anything about insurrection or rebellion or revolution. None of that stuff is in the Second Amendment. All it says is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And oftentimes my colleagues will get up and say, Raskin wants us to repeal the Second Amendment. No, I don't want them to repeal the Second Amendment. I just want them to read the Second Amendment. That's all I'm asking for. But they will go on and say, but that's the whole meaning of our Constitution. Well, I don't have time to get into all of it now, but let me just give you a few counterexamples that also support the fact that we have hundreds of these convictions and not a single one thrown out on the grounds that they had a right to overthrow the government. They had a Second Amendment right to engage in insurrection. But look at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. The Congress has the power to call forth the militias from the states in order to repel invasions and suppress insurrections. That's right there in the Constitution itself. The Republican Guarantee Clause. The Congress shall guarantee to the people of the states a Republican form of government and assist the states in suppressing domestic violence and repelling invasions. The Treason Clause, which says that treason shall consist of levying war against the United States. Well, what is violent insurrection where you come and attack our officers and put them in the hospital, if not levying war against us? But if they have some counterexample to that, and the only one I get from them is, well, Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death, which was a nice slogan by a Virginian anti-federalist who voted against the Constitution, but otherwise has nothing to do with constitutional interpretation. But if they've got some argument, why is it that none of these people has had his or her indictment quashed or their conviction thrown out on the grounds that they've got a right to overthrow the government? And they say, well, what about the Declaration, which says, when in the course of human events, if a government turns tyrannical, you can overthrow them? Absolutely right. I agree completely with that. As a matter of natural law, says Thomas Jefferson, we did not cite the Magna Carta or the British Constitution to say we have the right to overthrow you. If you want to appeal to the decent opinions of mankind, as Jefferson did, you want to pledge your fortune and your livelihood and your lives to other people in common cause and trying to overthrow a tyrant, you can do it, but you do it on your own time and your own dime. And if you attack our Constitution and our government and attack our police officers and we catch you and you don't win, you're going to jail in the United States of America, okay?
Well, the lunchroom must be a really interesting place at the office, no doubt. We have some questions in the audience, and we have some mic runners who are going to do their duty here.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all you do. My question is, as we head towards 2024 and the rhetoric is already going up, and it looks like we potentially could be heading towards a Biden versus Trump again, what gives you hope that there's not going to be a January 6th again, or that we don't have, I come from Michigan where we got very close to not having ballots certified even before getting to the Capitol. So what gives you hope? And then there's a whole room here of people that want to protect democracy. So what can we do as we lead to 2024 to make sure that we do not allow that to happen?
Well, thank you. What gives me hope is the people in this room. What gives me hope is everybody out in America who's fighting for democracy, and the majority of the people absolutely favor democracy, which is why the people who want to overthrow elections have to use things like gerrymandering of our state and federal districts, illegitimate right-wing judicial activism, voter suppression, manipulation of the antiquated electoral college, which I do think is obsolete. And by the way, defending democracy doesn't mean defending democracy just as it is. It means making sure that democracy is moving forward. It's always an unfinished product. It's always a work in progress. And how about in the 21st century, we elect the president the way we elect governors, senators, mayors, and everybody else. Whoever gets the most votes wins. Because the Electoral College today is not just an undemocratic institution, which has given us 5 popular vote losers in our history as president, twice in this century alone, in 2016. It's dangerous. And we saw that on January 6th. So what gives me hope that we're not going to have it? What gives me hope is our resolve and determination not to let it happen. We learned a lot of lessons about fortifying the Capitol, and we made some improvements in the Electoral Count Act. But remember, it's not going to repeat itself in exactly the same way that it happened last time. There will be other efforts to suppress the vote, to pull a fast one in the state legislatures, to flip a result from one candidate to another. And so we need to fortify American political democracy at every level, local, county, state, federal, all of it. And the people who are fighting for that are what give me hope. And I'm convinced that we are still in the thick of this struggle, as you clearly imply. I would like to think it was over. I mean, we had 57 votes in the Senate, which sounds like a pretty resounding majority, but he beat the constitutional spread. I mean, it was 10 votes short of the 2/3 we needed, the 67. So we're plunged back into it again, and it's not a pretty sight. But the more difficult the struggle, the more glorious will be our victory when we get through it.
I'll turn to our mic runners here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Cooper. I'm over here with my hand. You cast an amazing vision for what you see America bringing to the citizens in this country. But I also lived in Alabama for 4 years, and I met many people there who do not see that and don't see the benefit coming to them. And those people probably aren't going to listen to the things that you have to say. But if they did for 10, 20 seconds, what would you tell them?
So I'm sorry, which people are you referring to?
The ones who don't see the benefits of a democratic society, who use terms like swamp and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Well, but what I liked about Rachel Maddow's presentation was she was showing that we've made all of this extraordinary democratic progress in America, even though there have been those at every point who have tried to stop us, who've tried to violate civil liberties and prevent these expansions of the franchise and political participation. So, I would talk to them about our magnificent history, but if it doesn't work with them, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I'll talk to their kids, because I have a lot of faith in the young generation today, which is, way beyond the racism and the anti-Semitism and the homophobia and the immigrant bashing. They're also a little bit beyond grammar, too, at this point. That's a different problem, That's a small price to pay for their values, which are great. And I think that, there's huge generational change coming to America. And I feel, now my kids are in their 20s, and, I turned 60. I know, that's young, at least in some parts of Congress, I feel our job, speak for myself and my friends in our generation, our job is to defend what we've got and to get the democracy moving again in the right direction. Because, while we're fighting over things that we thought had been settled in the last century about fascism and authoritarianism and repression, the fact is that really the world should be unifying to deal with the nightmare of climate change. And the young people understand we've got to save democracy first so we can save the species and the climate in this century. And we don't have a lot of time. So we've got to act fast. And, we should not give up on anybody, as you're suggesting. We should reach out to everybody. But if it's taken too much time, we got to talk to other people, because we just need majorities every place, And I'll tell you one funny story, because I've got a friend who I love, who I was in Congress with the first term, named Lamar Smith from Texas, and he was chair of the Committee on Science and Technology. And so I spotted him as a Republican I could be friends with, because he was chair of the Committee on Science. And, not everybody believes in science where I work. And but one day we were sitting on the floor, we were in our committee, and I said to him, Lamar, we can disagree about taxes and stuff, but when we get down to it, you guys have got to get serious about climate change, because it's the whole future of our civilization and our species we're talking about. And he said, well, Jamie, you got your scientists and we got our scientists. And I said, well, that's not really how science works, It's not like rival party teams. I said, let's go to we had a computer there. I said, let's go to all the websites of the great scientific installations in Maryland's beautiful 8th Congressional District. So we went to the NOAA website, an FDA website, and NIH. And I said, all of the professional scientists agree that climate change is real. And it's this dagger pointed at the neck of humanity. And he goes, well, let me tell you about professionals. Professionals built the Titanic. Amateurs built Noah's Ark. Okay? So I thought about that for a second, and I was like, wait, does that mean, you want amateurs flying you back to Texas this weekend, or performing heart surgery on someone? So, some of this at this point, is just rooted in ideology of parties. By the way, I think Lamar has developed in his thinking about climate change a lot, which is really good. And he sent me a campaign contribution when he left Congress too. So, and he knows where I am on climate. So I do think that, in the sweep of American history, everybody's going to come, most everybody. I mean, not the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and, people convicted of, seditious conspiracy against the government. We're not going to convince them. But the vast majority of the people are coming along. That's got to make us happy. That's got to make you happy. And it's just a race between the very clear will of the majority and some antiquated political institutions and practices that we've got.
Well, that's an excellent reminder and an inspiring note on which to close, that there are people out there, a lot of them in this room, fighting for this work, and that progress is our history, and we have a lot of work to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Everybody, let's get another round of applause for Congressman Raskin. Truly a champion for Truman values and a congressional mensch, if there ever were one. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Folks, we've had a very full day here, and I don't want to stand between you and freedom. So I will be brief and really just say thank you for being here, for the good questions, for engaging, for introducing yourselves to each other, for connecting. And let's give it up for our tremendous day that we've had today. I learned early in my career, always be nice to the guys on the mics. We've got a great team here with Scott Circle and our production team. Jasmine, who has been a total star working backstage. There are a lot of folks who you haven't seen because everything has worked so smoothly, and we appreciate them. Our amazing Truman staff, thank you. It is as good a time as any to remind you that doing this costs money. And we count on all of you and your friends to support us. So you can do that at trumancenter.org/donate-TrueCon23. It's tax deductible. This is a Truman Center Day, and it makes everything here possible. And so we want to keep this continuing and growing and strong, and we appreciate your support. And to our Truman members who were on our panels today and introducing people and interviewing, thank you to all of our Truman member participants today. And to all of our Truman members here, don't have too much fun because we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for the start of TrueCon Member Weekend. Thank you. All right, class dismissed.
Carry